That follows the story of a disaster for the Special Operations Executive.
Every May, the people of Holland remember those who died resisting Nazi oppression. Hundreds were executed here in the dunes by the North Sea. One tragedy of the Dutch resistance was also a disaster for SOE. The Germans called it the England game, the Englandspiel. Today, the Englandspiel has left only 3 Dutch survivors: Ben Ubink, former civil servant, Trix Terwint, ex-air stewardess, and Haub Lauwers, retired dentist. What happened to their colleagues was Britain's greatest failure in the field of secret warfare. Little evidence remains today, a handful of photographs, a few documents. In Britain, there's been an uneasy silence for over 40 years. Some witnesses refuse to talk. Others claim the Official Secrets Act prevents them telling their full story. The Englandspiel was a radio game, won decisively by the Germans. On Friday, the 10th of May, 1940, Hitler invaded neutral Holland. In Holland. Hermann Giskes was a major of the Abwehr, German military counterintelligence stationed in The Hague. His opposite number in the SS was Sturmbannführer Josef Schraeder, section head of the Sicherheitsdienst, the security police. These 2 Germans were to act as a team, despite the bitter rivalry between army and SS. Schraeder today lives in Munich, where he'd been a policeman before the war. Now 79, he's the only surviving member of the Englandspiel Senior Command.
Im Englandspiel hat es eine zentrale Führung nicht gegeben. Es war oder basierte auf der Zusammenarbeit der 3 beteiligten Dienststellen. Das war die Abwehr der Wehrmacht. Das war meine Abteilung im Rahmen der Sicherheitspolizei. Und das war die Funküberwachungsstelle der Ordnungspolizei.
At a secluded villa in a suburb of The Hague, the Germans set up their Dutch HQ. Number 6, Hoogweg. Here, Giskes based his team and from this office recruited Dutch collaborators. Ridderhoff was a drunken diamond smuggler. They gave him the cover name George and an agent number. He was quickly earning his pay. He discovered that a resistance organization was in radio contact with London and reported this to the Germans. Giskis refused to believe it. But just in case, he put his radio monitoring team on full alert. Eventually, they picked up an illegal transmitter somewhere in The Hague, call sign RLS. Ridderhof was put on the trail, and finally, in Fahrenheitstraat, he pinpointed a block of flats. At number 678 on the second floor, Haub Lauers, call sign RLS, had set up his transmitter. Here lived a newly married couple, Wout and Lies Teller. Wout was to die in a concentration camp. After the war, Lies married again. Her second husband was to be the agent Haub Lauers.
I was due to transmit on the 6th of March 1942, and I was at the apartment of the Tellers in the Fahrenheitstraat when Wout Teller came up and told me that there was a German police car standing around the corner. Well, I didn't expect any difficulties because in England I'd been told that it would take the Germans at least 3 months before they could DF me. DF is direction finding. So as I say, I didn't expect any trouble, but just for security's sake, Wout and I left the apartment, and we told Mrs. Teller what to do should anything happen.
They told me, please throw away the wireless. So when they left, I went to the window and I saw several police cars coming up the street. So I went to the room where the wireless was. I took it and I went to the balcony at the backside of the apartment, and I threw it away. And then the front door rang, and I went and opened, and then the Germans came up.
Now, for the first time in 40 years, Lauers returns to walk along the route he took that fateful March day. German cars behind him, but thought he'd got away. Then the Germans caught up with him. It was a crucial arrest.
In dem Moment kam Kupp schon aufgeregt gelaufen und sagte, er ist schon auf der Straße, er ist schon auf der Straße. Und ich sah dann Lauers und dann seinen Freund an uns vorbeigehen auf der sehr, sehr eisigen Straße. Sie gingen sehr schnell. Ich fuhr mit meinem Wagen nach und noch mit einem Wagen mit Beamten. Aus dem Wagen sprangen 2 Beamte heraus. Haus.
Back in the flat, they'd found his radio, and in his pocket, 3 messages already coded. And worse, one of the messages had been planted on Lauers' resistance contacts by the Dutch informer Ridderhof. It referred to the German cruiser Prinz Eugen in Schiedam dock for repairs. So, the Germans already knew the contents of this planted message.
First they started to try and get my code immediately, and I said, well, all right, I'm not going to give it, of course. Then Heinrich said, well, we don't need it, we'll find it ourselves. And I said, oh, okay, you do that. So he sat down at the table, and while Giskes was busy with me, I suddenly heard Heinrich say, ach so, der Prinz Eugen ligt in Schiedam, which was the text of one of my messages, at least part of it. Well, that gave me quite a shock, because I didn't know how they could have known that without decoding the message. So then and there, I decided to give away my code, which, of course, I was allowed to do. I had been told in England that should I be arrested, I could give everything away, my code, of course not names and things, but my code, and of course not my security check.
His security check was based on the number 16. In every message, Lauwers had to make a deliberate spelling mistake, either in the 16th letter or in a multiple of 16. So, if in this message he chose to misspell the 48th letter, it would look like this. When this simple, deliberate mistake was written in, Baker Street would know that their agent was still free. If omitted, it meant danger.
During our training, it was always hammered in how important this security check was. Because, as they said, it is the only way we have to know whether you're a free agent or whether you have been arrested. So, it was made very clear how important the security check was.
Lauwers was driven off to Block 4 in the Binnenhof, formerly a Dutch Parliament building, now SS headquarters. Inside, he was interrogated. From here, he was transferred to the civil prison outside The Hague. The Germans had high hopes. They had his radio, they had his code. It was the Germans' chance to turn a radio operator, force him to transmit to London messages the Germans themselves would compose. Within a few days, there were more prisoners. The Germans had picked up Lauwers' colleague Taconis and their resistance network. But the prize was Lauwers. On Sunday, the 15th of March, he was taken from his cell. He'd already missed 3 scheduled transmissions to Baker Street. They'd be wondering what had happened to him. Giskis drove him through the suburbs to the headquarters of his radio section, where they were holding Lauwers' captured set. Inside number 9, Parkweg, that Sunday, the Germans did a deal with Lauwers. If he'd transmit to London at 2 o'clock that afternoon, Giskis would save both Lauwers and his colleague Taconis from the firing squad. And, in any case, he only wanted Lauwers to send the 3 messages found on him. What could be the harm in that? Finally, Lauwers gave way. Ebenezer, call sign RLS, was back on the air. His signal was picked up by home station UBL. Later that Sunday evening, a dispatch rider delivered his messages to Bletchley Park in Buckinghamshire. Here they were passed on for decoding. Finally, they arrived at SOE headquarters and the Dutch section. It was a strict SOE rule that the decoders should show on every incoming message whether the agent's security check was present or absent. Ebenezer's security check was duly noted. It was present and correct. But Lauers, waiting anxiously in prison, realized how dangerous the situation was. The Germans already had his code. Now they could work out his security check.
Now, fortunately, in 2 of those 3 messages, in order not to mutilate the text too much, I had made a proper security check in the word stop by changing it into stip or step or something like that.
So, in the Prince Eugen message, he'd carefully arranged that his security check should coincide with the common punctuation word, stop. And this word he deliberately misspelt. His security check was in its correct position. So, London, thinking all was well, sent Lauers another signal. He must prepare for the arrival of a new agent, codename Arbor. For the Germans, this was a stroke of luck. They'd reply on Lauers' radio that Arbor would be welcome.
I suggested that I would code the messages for them. And in the message, the first message, he was looking behind my shoulder over, seeing what I was doing. And instead of writing stop, I wrote step. And he said, what you doing now? I said, well, you asked me what mistake do I make. I said the mistake was always made in the word stop.
So Lauers pretended that his security check consisted always of misspelling the word stop wherever it occurred. He had concealed the nature of his true security check. Procedure was correctly followed. The message this time, with its note, security check omitted, was handed to the head of the Dutch section, Major Charles Blizzard. Blizzard had joined SOE from military intelligence, but he'd arrived a month after Lauers had dropped into Holland, so they'd never met. His number 2 in Baker Street was Seymour Bingham. He'd lived in Holland before the war and had been working in the British consulate when the Germans arrived. These were the 2 staff men who now read Lauers' message with his security check omitted. In their office at the time was Sybil Bond, an ATS officer posted to SOE at Blizzard's special request.
Well, shortly after I got to the Dutch section, I happened to walk into the office while Bing and Bliss were discussing telegrams that had come in. And I remember Bliss saying, what the devil's happened to Ip? He keeps mucking up his security checks. Well, they sounded very bit worried about it. But, well, Eb, by the way, was the short name for Ebenezer, who was an agent named Lauers, who was dropped before any of us would really come into the section.
Blizzard had to make a decision. He decided to ignore Lauers' omitted security check. To this day, no one can say why. Blizzard now composed a message to Lauers and his German captors, confirming the dispatch of the new agent, Arbor. The Englandspiel was working just as the Germans had planned. When Lauers received this message, he was badly shaken. Hadn't they noticed he'd left out his security check?
It came to me as a terrible shock. I didn't understand it. I was quite confident that they must have noticed the omission of my security check. And so I felt they were, at that time, playing a game with the Germans. But I did not see the necessity of endangering the life of an agent by dropping him over a line which they knew had been penetrated.
Arbor was to arrive by the next full moon. The Germans assembled at the dropping zone. Around midnight, they heard the drone of a two-engined bomber. The Germans flashed the code signal. The RAF pilot made his final approach. Arbor dropped straight to the waiting Germans.
Er glaubte ja, er sei nun in holländischer Gewahrsam, wenn man so sagen will, bei holländischen Freunden. Er ahnt ja nicht, dass die deutsche Sicherheitspolizei dahinter steht. Ne? Und man hat zuerst ein Gespräch geführt und dann habe ich gesagt, gut, und dann sagt ihm, jetzt zieh dein Overall aus und wenn er ihn über die Knie hat, in dem Moment wird er festgenommen. Er kann nicht mehr laufen, die Pistole hat er abgelegt, zu der kann er nicht mehr greifen und da erfolgt dann die Festnahme.
So Arbor was arrested as he landed. The Germans signalled London that he'd arrived safely. The Englandspiel had claimed its first victim. A few weeks later, Lauwers received another message. Go to the cigar shop in Haarlem and make contact with Arrow. Say you come from Bow. Schraeder went to see the captured agent Taconis in his cell. Did he know a cigar shop in Haarlem? Caught off guard, Taconis blurted out, "Perhaps you mean Martens." The rest was easy. In the Haarlem directory, Schraeder looked for a cigar seller called Martens. Sure enough, there was a J. Martens, chauffeur and cigar seller, listed at Oost-West, number 26. Schraeder immediately sent a Dutch collaborator, masquerading as one of the resistance. He found the cigar shop and told the shopkeeper he'd come from Bow to make contact with Arrow. The tobacconist said Arrow wasn't in, but upstairs he'd find another agent. In the attic, the collaborator met this second SOE man who promised to take him to meet Arrow. Together they left Haarlem for The Hague and met Arrow at the tram stop on Paul Krugerplein. Then Schraeder's men stormed in and they were arrested. The two agents admitted they were to meet others in Utrecht at the hotel terminus. The Germans kept the rendezvous and arrested the two men they found there. In the diary of one of these, they discovered the phone number of another SOE man, a radio operator. He was lured to the Hofplein in Rotterdam. Both he and his saboteur colleague were arrested. The cigar shop contact had led to 6 arrests in quick succession. But the radio operator, Jordan, wouldn't cooperate with the Germans, so they decided to take a chance. They put their own man on the key and told London a new operator was being tried out. But Jordan pretended he didn't have a security check. The Germans transmitted without one. Blizzard section now committed an act of almost unbelievable folly. From Baker Street, they signalled back, "Instruct new operator in use of security check." So Jordan was forced to admit he did have a check and surrendered it to his captors. The Germans had their second radio link with London. By the next moon, Blizzard sent in 2 more agents, announcing their arrival on the newly captured line. They and their radio fell straight into German hands. 2 more arrived a month later, with the same inevitable results. The cells were filling fast. Since the capture of Lauers, the Germans had arrested 13 SOE agents. 5 were radio operators whose captured sets provided 5 separate links with London, entirely under German control. But seen from Baker Street, things seemed to be going well. Over a dozen agents in place, radio operators coming up on schedule. In summer 1942, a new man joined SOE and started asking questions about Holland. He was the code specialist, Leo Marx. In the complex drama of the Englandspiel, Marx is an important witness. He claims he knows secrets that have never been revealed. Until now, he has told his story to no one.
I'd go back to the office late at night just to read backtraffic. And I was struck by certain messages from Holland where the security check had been omitted, and consistently omitted. So I made 1 or 2 inquiries as to why, and was given answers which were reassuring. Oh yes, we know all about that. Nothing to worry about.
And there, for the time being, Marx let the matter rest.
Panzer auf der Vormarschstraße nach Jonava, einem heiß umkämpften Ort im südlichen Litauen.
Since Operation Barbarossa a year before, the Germans had penetrated deep into Soviet Russia.
Jonava ist in deutscher Hand, ein Bild der Vernichtung.
Stalin repeatedly urged Britain and America to attack the Germans on a second front and so relieve his hard-pressed Red Army. General Gubbins, SOE's Director of Operations, was called in to help prepare for the second front in Europe. As part of that operation, he drafted the plan for Holland. Over 1,000 men of the resistance were to be trained by SOE as a secret army. The operations leader was codenamed Jurgens. He was dropped into Holland with a radio operator in June 1942. They were immediately captured and their mission discovered. But the next month, SOE sent in a saboteur who'd give the Germans their first real problem. He too was captured, along with his radio. This was Van Hemert. He brought orders for an attack on the German radio station controlling U-boats in the Atlantic. SOE would expect results. The Germans had to think fast. They concocted a story for the Dutch press about an unsuccessful attack and made sure London heard of it. But Van Hemert also refused to give up his security check. It was a month before the Germans dared use his radio. Van Hemert had taken off from a secret airfield near Cambridge. All agents were escorted here by conducting officers. One of them, Roy Snewing, remembers SOE's consternation at this radio silence, but their concern quickly passed.
A few weeks later, I came in, and of course, with the complete opposite reaction, everybody overjoyed because this particular operator had come back on the air. There was only one question mark in their minds, and that was that the deliberate mistake had not been used. My reaction to this was then, why are they so happy about it? Because obviously this can't be our man.
So by now, 3 radio operators had omitted their security checks: Lauers, Jordan, Van Hemert. And their omitted checks had been noted, but ignored. That October, a senior staff officer took over responsibility for SOE's West European operations: France, Belgium, and Holland. He was Robin Brooke. As soon as Brooke arrived at his new job, he too queried the radio traffic from Holland.
There was a basic query which was quickly dismissed, no doubt in retrospect too quickly, and that was that Dutch operators, and particularly the one known as Ebenezer, who was the basic one, was sending his message and omitting his security check. And this had been going on for a considerable time, and I said, how does this happen? And I was told that both the Dutch and Signal Security had agreed that it was a mistake which had been perpetuated, and they couldn't get it put right. But the Dutch were absolutely convinced that this particular chap would never, on any account, send a message at all under control, and therefore he was considered cleared for transmissions without security check. But it was the arrangement, and the clearance, however valid, was given comprehensively.
So the Englandspiel was allowed to continue through that autumn. For the Germans, it became routine. Giskis now seldom went to the dropping zones. He preferred to watch SOE's regular deliveries of men and supplies from this secret bunker in the heart of Holland. From here, the Luftwaffe directed their night fighter squadrons.
Achtung, Achtung! Achtung, Achtung!
So the Germans waited for the lone RAF bombers, and SOE always announced their arrival over the captured radios. Some would be tracked, some shot down. From 90 RAF sorties, the German reception committees collected 15 tons of weapons and supplies, 500,000 guilders in cash, over 50 radio sets, 900 machine guns, 2,000 pistols and revolvers, 8,000 hand grenades, and 50,000 rounds of ammunition. The Germans always recommended the same dozen dropping zones to London. London never queried their choice. Onto these fields parachuted more and more agents. 4 were dropped in September, and 10 in October, all plan for Holland men. But in Baker Street, that plan was losing priority.
Holland was a very minor country in effort, in mobilizable effort. And a grand plan was way beyond their means, or our means to supply them, as we were finding out. But rather more conclusively than that, by the time I arrived, we were turning over to ancillary plans for prospective D-Day, in which Holland played practically no part.
But in spite of this, 4 more agents were immediately sent in. Baker Street seemed oblivious to what was happening. But SOE's codeman had noticed that the messages from Holland were always perfect, most unusual and worrying.
In January '43, I felt it was no longer a question of whether Dutch agents are operating under duress, but how many of them. And I wrote a report in the strongest possible language, attempting to quantify just how many I believed were highly suspect and why I believed it, on purely technical coding grounds, irrespective of these appalling, highly suspect security checks. One actually put on record there is really something grievously wrong that nobody has yet explained.
8 more agents parachuted to their fate the very next month. One of them was a woman, Trix Terwind, her south of Holland. In the second-floor cells recently occupied by novice priests, the Germans now held their 60 special prisoners. It was from these cells that the first warning of the disaster emerged. It was tapped out over the water pipes. Miraculously, that message got through to the Dutch resistance and finally arrived in London via the Secret Service, MI6. Eight parachutists, among whom Dulin and Arabe, arrested weeks ago. SOE weren't convinced. The two names had come over somewhat garbled, and SOE was suspicious of MI6. But the Dutch section did begin checks. Major Bingham agreed to internal inquiries. They were inconclusive. He also called for the return of two senior agents from Holland. Of course, they never arrived. But from Haren prison, there were soon to come warnings that were beyond any doubt. Ben Ubink had been parachuted into his homeland as part of the plan for Holland, one of its many agent organizers. He was then aged 22. Like the others, he'd been arrested on arrival.
After I've been in this cell for about 7 months, a message came through over the water pipe, which was my colleague, Peter Durlijn, in next cell, who said to me that he wanted to escape, and he asked me to join him.
Ubink had never met the man he now intended to join in the breakout, Peter Durlijn. Together, they planned to escape from their cells into the corridor. They waited till the guard with the food trolley had passed, then squeezed through the bars over their cell doors.
After the German guard had gone with his food trolley, we crept through this corridor into this bathroom with these 3 toilets. We hid in this toilet for about 6 hours till midnight, and occasionally a German guard came to use the toilet, and then I shouted besetzt, which is the German for engaged.
It was a pitch-black night. A thunderstorm was raging. They were lucky. With ropes made from torn bedding, they lowered themselves to the ground 40 feet below. The Germans had a searchlight on the tower opposite. The light was moving dangerously close. But first, they had to hide the ropes. They found a convenient drain and stuffed them in. Then they moved towards the perimeter fence, keeping in the shadow of the chapel. There, they'd be out of sight of the searchlight sentry up on the tower.
Well, here there was barbed wire about 3 meters high and 1 meter wide. We lay flat on the floor, and we could hear the boot squeaking of the German guard passing us. But he couldn't hear us because of the stormy weather. We managed to cross over the barbed wire, made right for the trees, and had to cross a ditch. We had escaped from Haren.
It took them nearly 3 months to cross occupied Europe and reach neutral Switzerland. There, at the Dutch legation in Bern, they could tell their story. So it was not until late November 1943 that they wrote a full report for London.
The Germans have been in radio contact with England for many months, themselves impersonating the agents. The whole organization is in German hands. The Germans know codes, passwords, contact addresses, everything.
But in the end, it was not SOE who put a stop to this deadly game. It was the RAF. The Special Duty Squadrons expected losses from their secret sorties. But on missions to Holland, they'd lost 5 times more men and machines than expected. By that winter, 12 planes and 83 crewmen had failed to return. Pilots had reported sudden encounters with night fighters where no night fighter should have been. Navigators had reported dropping zones too perfectly lit. Finally, in December 1943, Bomber Command suspended all SOE flights until the Dutch crisis was cleared up. So Churchill saved SOE. In the aftermath, Bingham was removed from Baker Street and sent to SOE in Australia. His predecessor, Blizzard, seems to have avoided any blame. Yet the bulk of the Englandspiel was played under his command. It was he who dispatched 40 of the doomed agents. The Germans realized the game was over. Giskis composed a mocking farewell message and sent it uncoded over his captured radio links on April Fool's Day, 1944. But Giskis had lost control. The SS transferred most of the agents to Mauthausen in Austria, an extermination camp. Here they were set to work quarrying stone for the Reich. Half of them died on the death steps, forced to march with huge granite blocks on their backs. The rest was shot out of hand. Nagging questions remain. Why did it happen? Who was to blame?
Collectively, I think the Dutch to a lesser extent and SOE to a greater extent must accept responsibility for continuing on a false line too long. The Dutch operators can't be exonerated because each one who sent the wrong signal, and particularly his first false signal, must have known that he was drawing other people into the same net, and therefore he was betraying his chums and his country.
After the war, the Dutch Parliament mounted a massive inquiry. Over 2 years, they interrogated hundreds of witnesses. They concluded that serious mistakes had been made, but that there was no question of anything more sinister. They quoted the British Foreign Office, who admitted that there had been errors of judgment. This was, and is still today, the official explanation. It leaves many questions. Why were so many security checks ignored for so long? Why was the failure of all operations in Holland so readily accepted? Why was the failure of any agents to report to London in person not questioned earlier? Why did warnings go unheeded? Why are vital records apparently missing? There are those, especially in Holland, who think these questions have sinister answers. Some Dutchmen claim the agents were deliberately sacrificed to deceive the Germans about an Allied invasion. Others say there was a traitor in London. But whatever the truth, no one from SOE, except Leo Marx, has ever as much as hinted that there could be another answer. And he refuses to tell all he claims to know. Why?
In general, there is a fear that certain people might be embarrassed were certain truths to be told about their participation in various SOE activities. As far as codes are concerned, every single message found its way across the code room desks. There are probably no major secrets in SOE which the code report does not cover. The Dutch nightmare, which has a very unexpected answer, could conceivably cause a great problem in certain quarters. But the question is it worth causing that problem if there is a lesson to be learnt from what happened? And that is a point of view. We did sign the Official Secrets Act. Perhaps we're wrong at this remove to challenge and question it. But if we don't tell the truth as we know it to be, who is going to and when?
So, did the agents die as a result of errors of judgment, or for some more mysterious reason? Only 5 agents survived the war. If there is a secret behind the Englandspiel, surely we owe it to them, and to those who died, to reveal it.
Now on one, the continuing wartime story of the SOE.
Early in May, the second Anti-Fascist Youth Congress of Marshal Tito's Army of Liberation took place here.
When the first film of the partisans reached the West in 1944, a simple picture of their heroic leader was presented to the British public.
Here is the Marshal, the first film of him to be shown. Marshal Tito and Allied staff officers took to the mountains, and the enemy's attempt to capture them, said to have been directed by Rommel himself, completely failed. If any evidence were needed to prove the great work being done by Tito and his Army of Liberation, that German attack, he certainly looks a strong man and a resolute leader, and he claims to have over 500,000 under his command.
Yet last summer, in a rundown suburb of Derby, a few emigre Serbs paid homage to the other great leader of Yugoslav resistance. Colonel Draža Mihailović was Yugoslavia's Minister of War, fiercely loyal to his king. For 2 years, he enjoyed moral and material support from the British. Then, in a dramatic switch of policy, Britain dropped him in favor of his arch-rival, the communist Tito. It was a move which has never been forgiven by the generation of Serbs who lost their homes and their country in pledging their allegiance to Mihailović.
Yugoslavian arrival from Zagreb, flight 896.
Bill Hudson was the first SOE agent to be sent into occupied Yugoslavia. It's the first time he's been allowed back inside the country since the war. He was the only British officer who met both leaders. In total isolation, he had the personal agony of choosing between their different approaches to guerrilla warfare and the political aspirations that lay behind them. Until the Second World War, Britain regarded Yugoslavia as a remote peasant country of little strategic importance. It was a country in name only, a mix of different races and religions lumped unhappily together under the King of Serbia, Alexander. It was the Croats who most resented Serb domination. In 1934, Alexander was assassinated by Croat extremists. His son Peter was only 11 years old. Power passed to Peter's uncle, Prince Paul, who managed to reassert Serb supremacy. But the continuing machinations of the rival Balkan factions remained irrelevant to Britain. In 1940, everything changed. Britain wanted a neutral Yugoslavia to prevent German troops reaching the Mediterranean. SOE agents in Belgrade were ordered to counter German pressure on the fragile regime. Hitler had invited Prince Paul to Berlin. Prince Paul's attitude, said Churchill, is like that of a man in the cage with a tiger, hoping not to provoke him while steadily dinner time approaches. Dinner time was March the 25th, 1941. A non-aggression pact was signed. 2 days later, Prince Paul was ousted by a coup d'etat in Belgrade. It was an act of defiance which caught the mood of the people. There were spontaneous demonstrations of anti-Nazi feeling. Young Peter became the new symbol of Yugoslav patriotism. SOE agents could not have wished for more. But 10 days later, the optimism was shattered. On the 6th of April, Goebbels announced Operation Punishment.
Yugoslawien und Griechenland verlesen.
Belgrade was ausradiert, rubbed out. The Royal Yugoslav Army was no match for the German military machine. After 10 days, they surrendered.
Wieder hat sich eine serbische Kampfgruppe ergeben. Das britische Vizekonsulat.
In their haste to quit the country, SOE agents had left behind evidence of their activities.
Vollständige Zentrale des Intelligence Service nach berüchtigtem Muster. Propagandamaterial zur Aufhetzung der Bevölkerung.
It would now be up to the few friendly Yugoslavs who had been given British radio sets to get information out.
The arrival in Britain of young King Peter II of Yugoslavia put an end to any mystery about it.
The British did manage to get Peter to London. A government in exile formed around him, but there was little he could do. His country was being carved up. Border territories were seized by the Axis and their satellites. Internal boundaries were changed and a demarcation line was drawn up. The Italians would occupy the southwest, while the Germans took the northeast. Traditional Serb-Croat antagonisms were exploited. The newly formed state of Croatia was put under the control of a Croat who had learned his fascism under Mussolini, the notorious Ante Pavelic. Pavelic set about the racial purification of his territory. His Ustashi stormtroopers massacred 500,000 Serbs. Serbia itself was more directly controlled by the Germans. Here, another Quisling, General Nedic, was found to keep down the local population. Within a few months, Yugoslavia had been dismembered. But SOE was in the dark. None of the radio sets left behind came up on the air. It was not until the summer that news reached Istanbul. Istanbul was only one step outside the Axis fortress and had become a center for the intelligence trade. Here, SOE agents first learned that pockets of resistance were forming throughout Yugoslavia. The information was quickly passed to SOE's operational base for the Balkans, which was in Cairo. At the same time, a young SOE officer flew into Cairo from Jerusalem. He knew the names of potential resistance leaders in Yugoslavia and was determined to convince his superiors to get agents back into the country. His name was Julian Amory, then 22 years old.
In Cairo, all was chaos. That particular branch of our secret operations was going through one of its perennial reorganizations. It was difficult to get anybody to pay the faintest attention to what I had to say. I went and saw the commander-in-chief, General Okindlek, who was very sympathetic, but it wasn't entirely his pidgin. So I did something which I only did once in the war. I got onto my father, who was in the war cabinet, and explained the situation to him and asked him to approach Dr. Dalton, who was the minister in charge of special operations. And then things began to hum. And a few days later, I was summoned by the head of our organization with the offer of a submarine at very short notice.
HMS Triumph was standing by, but Amory had no one to send. He consulted the head of Yugoslav intelligence.
Within 6 or 7 hours, he'd produced 3 exiled Yugoslavs, 2 officers, and 1 wireless operator. But he said, I can only give them to you if you'll produce a British officer who can go too. It wasn't so easy to find. But there was a mining engineer, and he volunteered to go.
Bill Hudson had spent 5 years in Yugoslavia prospecting for minerals before the war. He'd originally volunteered for SOE, thinking his knowledge of explosives might be valuable. He loved the Yugoslavs, particularly the Serbs, and spoke the language like a native. But he was not a political animal or a military man. He was given an officer's uniform, put in the submarine, and told to go in and coordinate the forces of resistance against the enemy.
Coming out of this piece of metal, like a box which we'd been in, I felt, well, now this really is the start, where the umbilical cord gets cut. They just pitchforked me into their country without any preparation whatsoever.
3 lines of Italians lay between Hudson and the interior. He could hear their voices and the clatter of their mess tins. The radio equipment was primitive and very heavy. They carried it in stages up a dry watercourse, trying to keep as quiet as possible.
Negdje oko 3 sata. Spavali smo ja i onda ste vi uperili ovu lampu u nas. Mi vas ne vidimo, a vi nas vidite. Pa smo se mi prepali, ko je to, što je to. Pa ste onda vi tražili da vas vodi neko od nas trojice dalje.
Stjevo Medigovic was 14 when Hudson startled him with his torch.
Ah,
The shepherds agreed to take Hudson over the mountains to meet the local resistance leaders. To his surprise, they all turned out to be communist and deeply suspicious of British intentions.
My Labour report, we're not interested damn in politics. We're not interested in monarchy, in communism, any form. It's the people for the people. Yugoslavia.
Hudson managed to get out his first messages describing the Montenegrin freedom fighters he had found. Meanwhile, weak signals apparently emanating from Yugoslavia had been picked up by a radio station at Portishead in Somerset, but the sender was not Hudson. The sender was identified as Draža Mihailović, a Yugoslav colonel who had taken to the hills of Serbia to raise a guerrilla army ready to fight when the Allies returned to the Balkans and the king reclaimed his country. He knew that in royalist Serbia he would find recruits. Their fathers were the heroes of World War I, driving the Germans back from the Salonika front. Most famous among them were the Chetniks, elite irregulars who had perfected the art of guerrilla warfare under 400 years of Turkish occupation. They had helped establish Serbia's royal dynasty and the freedom to practice the Orthodox religion. Mihailovic's men adopted their name and forbidding appearance, sporting beards as a symbol of mourning, vowing not to shave until their country was once again free. By the autumn, Mihailović had the makings of an army. All he needed was recognition and support from the Allies. When the Portishead messages reached royalist circles in London, they urged SOE to throw their weight behind him so that political control of the country would remain in royalist hands. SOE ordered Hudson to proceed directly to Ravnogora, Mihailovic's headquarters in Serbia. But Ravnogora was 200 miles away to the north. It would take 2 weeks of dangerous and difficult walking to get there. Moreover, Hudson was being diverted by his communist escorts to a town called Užice. Here he was brought face to face with their leader.
The word Tito was composed from the two Serb words, Ti, you, and To, that. You do this and you do that. The man who said Tito, he's the commander. Tito then questioned me closely as to what I had come to do, and I replied to coordinate the elements of resistance against the enemy. Tito said, have you any contacts with Russia?
Josip Broz, alias Tito, had traveled the world on false papers as a Moscow-trained Comintern agent, dedicated to promoting the world revolution that Marx had predicted. In 1936, from a secret Paris headquarters, he was responsible for ferrying Yugoslav volunteers down to Spain to join the international brigades. In 1939, he was secretary of the party in Yugoslavia and ordered his comrades to take no part in the capitalist war. But in July 1941, when Germany invaded the Soviet Union, Tito was instructed by Moscow to do his bit for the defense of the Soviet motherland by harassing the Germans in Yugoslavia. With a nucleus of Spanish Civil War veterans, he set about the creation of the Partisans, a politically motivated army of the people. They would not only fight the invader, but would create a new social order in Yugoslavia. In liberated towns, political education would stress brotherhood and unity. Communist organizers would take control of food distribution, communications, propaganda, and medical care. Užice was the capital of the first liberated territory. Hudson was impressed, but was at pains to explain that he had orders to go to Mihailović.
He warned me that I wouldn't find Mihailović easy to deal with, and that also he hadn't got any great standing among the people. Well, he got no right to tell me. I wasn't interested in that.
Hudson was determined to find out for himself. In October 1941, 5 weeks after leaving the submarine, he walked into the winter headquarters of Colonel Draža Mihailović.
I believe that this was the actual room where we met. He said, Captain Hudson, we've been waiting a long time for you. The Serbs have no love for communism, so I feel that no attention should be given on your part to Tito. And I want all the support concentrated on me. I represent the King, government, and law and order. It's the only thing we can do. And I do not want irresponsible action against the Germans. I want action such as we can defend. I don't want to do as communists do, light a fire here, kill a policeman there, and then run away and leave the local population to have the village burned down and their men killed at the rate of 100 to 1. The Germans have been particularly brutal just before I arrived. Practically all the men all round had been taken out by the Germans as reprisals for patrols which the Germans had lost. And they'd taken 100 to 1 reprisals. Morning and night was the most desolating atmosphere because the women were out in the fields, and every sunrise, every sunset, you'd hear the wailing, the Yardikavanya, as they call it, the wailing lamentation for their dead. This had a very strong effect on Mihailovich. He felt his job was to defend the people, to be the shield rather than the sword. Whereas Tito thought he must attack and not care down about reprisals.
As instructed, Hudson handed over safe codes to Mihailovich, and a week later he received the first drop of British arms. Mihailovich took this as a sign that the British recognized his claim to be the only legitimate resistance leader. But Hudson was appalled by the reaction of his men to the drop.
Now we've got evidence of British support. Now we get plenty of arms. Now we are going to liquidate those bastard partisans. Nothing about the Germans at all.
The Mihailovich-Tito power struggle erupted into civil war. Patriots did not know which way to turn. Families were split down the middle. Villages changed hands up to 15 times. The pattern was set for the next 5 years. Hudson told SOE to stop further arms drops to Mihailovich until a common front had been established. He then set off for Tito's headquarters, believing it was his duty to bring the two sides together. But his attempts at mediation only incurred the odium and suspicion of both leaders. SOE underestimated the gravity of the civil war and the invidiousness of his position. The one message they took seriously was from Mihailovich himself. With his authority apparently unchallenged, the propaganda machine was set in motion.
Leading this invisible army is the man they call the unknown soldier, Colonel Draža Mihailovich, veteran of...
He's a modern history alongside.
But the hero of the Balkans was on his knees. That winter, the Germans swept both Mihailovich and Tito out of Serbia. Before going off the air, Mihailovich sent a cryptic message. With Hudson missing and possibly dead, SOE Cairo had to start again. They sent in 3 new missions. One was led by Terence Atherton, who'd been a freelance journalist in Belgrade. Like Hudson, he was landed by submarine and was picked up by the same partisan group. They led him to a town called Foča, Tito's most recent acquisition. Tito was courteous, but suspicious. Atherton was apparently impressed by the partisan movement, where all comers were welcome regardless of race or religion. Many of the most dedicated recruits were Serbs escaping from Axis atrocities. Enemy reprisals were working in Tito's favor. But Atherton's impressions never reached SOE. His radio set was broken. And then one night he vanished. Search parties were sent out, but returned empty-handed. Tito was furious. He suspected a British plot. They were planning to land in the Balkans, join forces with Mihailovic, and liquidate his movement. British agents would never again be trusted. Atherton's body was never found. A British inquiry later established he was murdered by a bandit for the gold he was carrying. 100 miles to the north, Hudson was alone. Disillusioned with Tito, whose hasty withdrawal from Serbia he had witnessed, he had returned to Mihailovic, only to be kicked out for having stopped arms drops. His survival now depended on the mercy of the peasants.
Wherever I went, I felt that I'd be bringing bad luck on the people who looked after me. Even when they knew I was an instigator of these very conditions which led to their misfortunes. They never refused me a glass of milk or a bed for the night, and they put me up anywhere. If I wandered around, and all I can say is I felt a deep sense of regret, like you were a shit coming into some clean house.
Dobar dan, bravo. Dobro ste nam došli. Kako ste? Ajde, izvolite.
Jovorka Militic was 12 when she last saw Hudson. She used to bring him his breakfast of brandy and cheese.
Sve su to Nemci opljačkali I zaplenili, a mi smo se sakrile nas 3. Moja majka I još jedna devojka u jedan mali do šumica okolo bila. Nemci sve okolo nas I nisu nas primetili. Nigde nismo smeli da mrdnemo. Kaže, ako maknemo, odmah će da pucaju. Oni uperili, gledaju pravo, traže. Ima li negde, nigde nikoga nisu primetili.
And eventually some neighbor or somebody would say, oh, tell the next German patrol, well, there's that English agent there, and he was there for the night. They'd just come in and throw a hand grenade into the house, and the house would be a pile of rubble.
In early 1942, the best intelligence on what was happening inside Yugoslavia was coming not from British agents, but from the enemy themselves. The everyday radio traffic which passed between German commanders in the field was being intercepted in the Middle East, decoded at Bletchley in England, and passed to selected branches of military intelligence. By the middle of 42, it was clear who was doing all the fighting. But SOE was deprived of this crucial information. Signals intelligence was controlled by MI6, a secret service that does not normally justify its actions. One man who worked at its London headquarters has agreed to do so.
If we passed on secret information to SOE, to the people who were liaising with the Royal Yugoslav government, there was a grave danger that our sources would be blown. And the intercepts which we were getting, not just in relation to Yugoslavia, but the intercepts of German telegraphic communications was so important to the successful prosecution of the war that to allow any government to know that we were getting that information could have risked the whole outcome of the operation.
There was no love lost between the two organizations. MI6 persistently questioned SOE's competence.
To some extent, it was looked upon as a rather comic organization of bright young men who were fighting or playing at fighting a war. I think they did have difficulties. They were set up very quickly, like a number of other units were set up. They probably thought of themselves as having some kind of an intelligence role, but that wasn't their job. They were not trained in intelligence work.
As the intelligence maps revealed, it was the partisans, not the Chetniks, who were doing the sabotage. Tito's main forces were concentrated in the mountains of Croatia. Mihailovich was in the east. He therefore straddled the main strategic target, the German supply line to Greece. But this railway remained undisturbed. SOE had no objective information from Yugoslavia until the spring of 1942, when Mihailovich grudgingly accepted Hudson back into the fold. He'd been out in the cold for 4 months. In the summer, Mihailovich marched south to Montenegro, which was under Italian occupation. He set up his headquarters in the Gornje Lipovo Valley. Hudson was given a Chetnik pass so that he could move freely through Italian territory and assess for himself the military potential of the Montenegrin Chetniks. He discovered their deep entanglement with the Italians. In exchange for arms and food, they had agreed to rid Montenegro of the common enemy, the partisans. In return, local Chetnik leaders were left in control of their tribal lands. The Italians respected their checkpoints and even trained them in the art of alpine warfare. It was an arrangement that delighted Mihailovich. In the town of Kolashin, Hudson photographed a rally of several thousand Chetniks who were being incited by an Italian general to undertake a major offensive against the partisans. Hudson personally addressed the crowd, trying to persuade them that their real enemy was here, staring them in the face, but to no avail. He reported the disturbing situation to SOE. But in London, this collaboration was not only condoned, but positively encouraged by both SOE and the Foreign Office. Money was sent to Mihailovich to buy arms from the Italians. Internal SOE telegrams discussed the liquidation of the partisans. But there was mounting pressure on the Foreign Office, and Anthony Eden was worried. Accusations by the Soviet government, foreign press reports, radio broadcasts, and above all, their private information from most secret sources, all pointed to partisan activity and Mihailovich inertia. One official suggested that the time had come to put some money on the partisan horse. SOE remained adamant. The communists represented anarchy and chaos. Mihailovich represented social order and the king. The policy of exclusive support to him should not be challenged. But that autumn, there was a shake-up in SOE Cairo. New blood brought new thinking. Colonel Keeble was brought in from the military to toughen up operations. Basil Davidson was put in charge of the Yugoslav section.
It was a very unhappy situation, because there were those who thought that the policy was right and that come hell or high water, we had to stick with the royal government in London and therefore with its Minister of Defense, Mihailovich in Yugoslavia, whether or not he would fight, and it seemed that he wouldn't. We knew from Bill Hudson that no action was taking place. So I'm sitting at my desk that January day. I was very depressed. The door bursts open. In comes Brigadier Keeble, as usual in his vest, advances to my desk. I stand up. He throws onto the desk slips of paper and says, "This is enemy traffic. It's most secret. I'll give you orders about it in a day or so," and out he goes.
Keeble's previous posting had been in military intelligence. He still had access to intercepted German signals, which, according to the rules of the game, SOE should have been denied. Davidson now went through exactly the same motions that military intelligence had gone through a year earlier, plotting the main areas of enemy concentration and partisan resistance on maps.
We knew broadly where they were. We also knew where some of their headquarters probably were, the location anyway. But how to contact them? We were forbidden to contact them. Now that's January, and there was no way that I knew in which we were going to contact them. I mean, all this information was building up. Keeble clearly had it in his mind to use it in some way. How was it going to be used? That was the great question.
Keeble had a stroke of luck. In January 1943, Churchill passed through Cairo. Somehow, Keeble contrived to meet him and handed him a memo on Yugoslavia.
The memorandum, I think, was very well done. I didn't write it myself, so I'm free to say that. Because it said we should continue to support the forces which owe at least nominal allegiance to the royal government in London, the exile government in London, but we should also seek contact with the partisans who may or may not be communists, we don't know, who are obviously a major force, probably the biggest force in the whole Fortress Europe upon which we can rely at this stage. And if we don't do that, it's very clear that either the Russians or the Americans will step in and do it for us. And it will be much better if we keep control of this thing in our own hands.
Churchill agreed, and the timing was fortunate for the partisan lobby in SOE Cairo. Allied fortunes in Africa were changing. After victories in Tunisia, the Allies were poised to re-enter Europe. As the troops celebrated, military staffs were already planning the invasion of Italy. Heavy losses were expected. The value of resistance movements in pinning down enemy troops was recognized for the first time. In a directive to SOE, the chiefs of staff demanded a tuning up of guerrilla warfare in the Balkans. SOE Cairo seized their opportunity. In April, 2 teams of agents, codenamed Fungus and Hoathly, were dropped unannounced into partisan territory to discover whether Tito would accept a mission at his headquarters. One month later, Bill Deacon, who had previously thought he would be sent to Mihailovic, found himself on the opposite side of the mountains.
Early one May morning, I found myself coming through these trees under escort, and much to my surprise, I fell on a tented encampment. There were girls running around bringing soup and food. In ski clothes, it might have been a skiing vacation. But beyond them was a group of officers in uniform sitting in a circle on sawn tree trunks. They got up as I arrived, and one stepped out of the middle very quietly with a natural sense of authority. It was clear that he was the commander, and this was the man I'd come to try to identify. He said, what was the reason the British hadn't come before? Was it because the British thought that the partisans had killed Atherton? I said to him, this is not the case. We knew exactly the story, and we could pursue the matter further, but there was no point.
There was no time either. Hitler had ordered Operation Black, the liquidation of all resistance. The Germans feared Mihailovic more than Tito because of his links with the Allies. But they had now encircled 20,000 partisans in the mountains between Croatia and Montenegro. The ring was composed of 100,000 German, Italian, and satellite troops.
It was meant to be the last operation to liquidate the partisan movement in the most savage and brutal countryside, cut by deep ravines and gorges, the highest mountains in the country rising to, in some cases, 10,000 feet. So the battle was to break across this ring under savage German attack from the air, and we had to face these natural obstacles which dictated the course of the battle. And in one general sense, one can say that the battle was a battle for the mountain heights, who got on top first, who could shoot down on the other. We were pinned down in daylight, but the night was ours. It was in the night when we could move. We were involved in really a death march and fighting every day for sheer survival. There were two words, the first two Yugoslav words I learned. The first was move, and the second was rest. It was during the pause you saw people. And the pause was never for more than 10 minutes. And all you could see was a huddled set of forms trying to get just a wisp of sleep or rest. And then you would hear the word, the order command given, move. Obviously the most tragic images and the most tragic side of these movements of these people were the wounded. And it was an old Montenegrin Slav tradition that it was a great dishonor to leave your wounded behind. And this hampered your mobility. And this was deeply important psychologically, because the morale of your army depended on the protection of your wounded. And of course we were confronted with typhus cases from time to time. And I shall never forget this, not only the emaciation of their faces, but the absolutely distant look, as if they were no longer in this world at all. And quite often they would jump over a cliff or commit suicide, or jump into a stream or a gorge. One began bit by bit to put together some conception of who these people were and why they were there. There were women, student nurses, students in the universities, there were intellectuals, there were poets, there were painters, people whose villages had been burnt and just had to find somewhere to go. It was a new society, and it's really what they were fighting for, was a revolutionary Yugoslavia and the end of the old regime.
After crossing the river Sutjeska, the partisan columns moved up the slopes of Mount Osran in an attempt to break through the German ring to the north.
We climbed up to this place just before dawn, and within half an hour of our arrival, we were subject to a sudden air attack by the Germans. A motley circus of flying machines, Dorniers, Henschels, Stukas, even small civilian planes, which dropped hand grenades on us from about 50 feet, started playing a sinister game of noughts and crosses. They flew this way and then that way, trying to pin us down to liquidate the central group of the movement. As one plane came over, directly in our path, we saw a stick of bombs falling, and the last bomb, probably about 10 feet from where I'm standing. Instinctively, Tito and I and two officers flung ourselves into this hollow here. Tito's dog fell on top of him. The bomb exploded. Tito was wounded in the shoulder. I was wounded in the foot. One officer was killed, a Yugoslav officer. We then scattered, and for the rest of the day found the best cover we could until dusk, when the firing stopped and the planes flew away. It was quite clear that Osran was a death trap. The night after the disaster on Osran, it was decided rather hastily that we should move through a gap which had been blown in the German lines and in front of us horses carried Tito's radio station, and their loss would have been irreparable. We marched in a single column in total silence. The Germans were about 500 yards on one side and about a mile on the other. They never moved at night. They didn't like night fighting in irregular warfare at all. But they were listening. We left behind us 2 companies of troops with orders that if the Germans moved and tried to attack our column, they would go into action and they were to be sacrificed. 20 minutes after we'd passed through the ring, the Germans closed it, thereby cutting off the division with the wounded. Most of the troops were annihilated, and all of the 3,000 wounded were massacred. At the beginning of August, after about 20 days of nights of marching, we arrived at a peaceful plateau above a small stream where we stopped for about 3 weeks. And this was the first opportunity of talking really with Tito and his staff, and in particular with Velebit, who was our liaison officer.
I tried to explain to Deacon the exact situation of the partisan forces in Yugoslavia, and also one of my most important task was, as I conceived it, to convince him that the Chetniks, the Mihailovich people, not only that they did not fight the enemy, but they actually collaborated with him in many various and different ways.
As this amateur German film shows, some Chetnik commanders were collaborating with the Germans as well as the Italians. What has always remained controversial is whether they were acting on their own initiative or under the direct orders of Mihailovich. Velebit presented Deacon with captured documents which implied that Mihailovich was personally involved and that the whole Chetnik movement was compromised.
I realized this was of considerable importance, in fact, perhaps the most important issue after the fight against the enemy. And I sent messages to London to explain that whatever illusions they might still have, that there could be reconciliation. This was lost and gone forever. It was 2 years too late.
What Velebit did not tell Deacon was that under an assumed name, Vladimir Petrovich, he had traveled to meet the German High Command to discuss a ceasefire 4 months earlier. These German documents also record the partisan intention to attack the British if they ever landed in Yugoslavia. Survival was the priority for both Tito and Mihailovich. For each, the other was the main enemy. They both wanted to control the country after the war. In the interim, whether this could be better achieved by killing Germans or talking to them depended on local conditions. British arms could be useful, but British interests were irrelevant. For the British, there was only one enemy. They clung to the illusion that by sending in more agents and more arms to each side, they could control both movements and force them to make a united contribution to the war effort. Hudson had been joined at Mihailovich's headquarters by a senior officer, Bill Bailey, but Bailey had no greater powers of persuasion. Mihailovich remained intransigent. He saw no reason to sacrifice the lives of his men for some foreign power, and he made no apologies for the inactivity in his camp. His own government in London were telling him to conserve his forces until the Allies landed. 9 further British missions were sent to Mihailovich commanders around Serbia. The adjustment they had to make to accommodate the Chetnik philosophy is described by Jasper Rutan.
I think that it was rising disillusion, but also increasing understanding of why it was that the royalist movement was not prepared to commit national suicide or Serbian suicide And it became apparent to me, at any rate, after not very long, that they were not going to, we were not going to have an engagement with the occupying forces, be it Bulgarian or German. They weren't going to have a battle. The most you could expect was sabotage, hopefully on a large scale, a grand scale, but no battles, and they would only actually fight, if they were either ambushed or couldn't get out. Without it, there was no question of offensive operations. The odd murder, yes. But that wasn't my business.
Yet in the summer, Mihailovich had a change of heart. Thinking that the Allied invasion of Sicily would be followed by a landing in the Balkans, he felt his moment had finally come. His target was the main east-west railway running through Serbia. A British sapper officer, Archie Jack, laid the charges. Hudson took these photographs. After 18 months of inactivity, he could hardly believe it. But the success was soured by a propaganda gaffe. It was almost too much for Hudson.
When the BBC gave the credit to the partisans, Mihailovich was shocked. He couldn't believe such treachery could come from the British. And not for the first time had Cairo put a British officer in a position where they could not look their allies in the face. It was just too wicked.
By autumn, I, at any rate, was beginning to feel that there was a change of emphasis in Cairo, that instead of us supporting both sides equally, which was the theory when we were sent in, we were beginning to be regarded as the bad boys or the inadequate boys, and the others, the people who were the partisans, were getting the bulk of the supplies, which was in fact what was happening.
The partisans had an additional bonus in September 1943. When the Italians surrendered, the bulk of their weapons fell into partisan hands. The civil war was effectively won. But Britain was still backing both sides. Churchill had decided to send a personal envoy to Tito. The man he alighted on was an SAS officer with Foreign Office experience, Fitzroy MacLean.
I said, what is the purpose of my mission? And he said, well, first and foremost, it's military, to find out quite simply who is killing the most Germans and how we can help them to kill more. And I said, what about the political implications? These people are communists. And he said, they are secondary.
Some amateur film of MacLean in Yugoslavia survives. In his reports, he confirmed what Deakin had found. In his view, the partisans were the most effective resistance movement in Europe. Then in December, at Tehran, the Big Three pledged full military support to the partisans. But at that very moment, Tito was setting himself up as the supreme political authority in Yugoslavia. King Peter's future was in jeopardy. On his way back through Cairo, beset by ceremonial duties, Churchill had to face the political consequences of supporting communists. He sent for Deakin and MacLean.
I said that I had no doubt that the partisans would take power once the war was over and would set up a communist regime. At that point, Winston interrupted me and said, do you intend to make Yugoslavia your home after the war? Do you intend to live there? And I said, no. And he said, well, neither do I, and therefore had we not better leave it to the Yugoslavs to work out what kind of regime they want?
Both Fitzroy and I pointed out to him that, in our view, the only possibility of doing anything to save the position of the king, whom Churchill thought we were under a moral obligation to put back on his throne at the end of the war, would be the vague chance of getting a concession out of Tito if we abandoned Mihailovic.
King Peter of Yugoslavia, with members of his government, in Cairo.
King Peter had been brought out in the hope of returning him to Yugoslavia. Paradoxically, it was now argued that the one man who had supported him throughout, Mihailovic, should be dropped.
It was the total passivity of Mihailovic which was the greatest argument against him. The second point was that evidence had been accumulating over previous months that his commanders, certainly outside Serbia, and in some cases inside Serbia, had been first taking arms and supplies from the Italians, and in proved cases also from the Germans.
But the evidence did not convince the Foreign Office. They wanted conclusive proof that Mihailovic was personally implicated in collaboration. Eventually, they fell into line. On March the 2nd, 1944, an order went out to all British officers with the Chetniks to pull out.
I felt sick when I got that message, because if you've been through a lot of months with a group of people, and you've shared their life, and you realize that they are not enjoying it either, and they were doing it for a cause in which they believed, and you kept on telling them that it was the same cause in which you believed, and then you had to tell them that they were regarded as blacklegs. It was awful, very sad, and very anger-making at the time.
Military necessity had prevailed over political expediency. Supplying the partisans became a full-blooded military operation and no longer an SOE affair. British policy had turned full circle. Mihailovic was forgotten as the partisans, fortified by massive Allied support, reached the Red Army and Belgrade. Tito had won supreme political power. The Chetniks, abandoned by the British, in desperation turned for help to the Germans rather than submit to communists. At last, the British had their formal justification for dropping Mihailovic.
There's a funny streak in our national character. When we knew that the Russians were going to liberate Yugoslavia, we had to drop Mihailovic. But instead of saying, well, this is realpolitik, you're very welcome to come out, we did invite him out, but we've got to change sides. We justified changing sides by branding his supporters as fellow travelers of the Nazis, which they would never were.
In Belgrade, scenes reminiscent of the trial of war criminals at Nuremberg have been witnessed in recent weeks. All passes were strictly checked, and the courtroom was packed with those permitted to attend the trial of a number of Yugoslavs accused of complicity with the Germans. Chief among them was Draja Mihailovic, the former Chetnik leader.
The judges were to sentence him to death. They found him guilty of collaboration. In Britain's eyes, his greatest sin was to remain inactive when the Allies wanted their interests served. But those who have never lived in an occupied country and faced appalling reprisals have never had to decide at what point inactivity becomes indefensible.
How the hell would the English have behaved if they had got a knife in their throats? How different would their behavior been from that of the Chetniks under occupation in Yugoslavia?
During his visit, Hudson was determined to hold a service of Christian remembrance for all those who fell in the war. He knew that more Yugoslavs were killed by Yugoslavs than were ever killed by Axis forces. For him, neither Tito nor Mihailovic had the qualities of greatness needed to unite the country. A choice had to be made, and it haunts him still.
How far was Mihailovic right to save human life from being unnecessarily massacred and slaughtered? And how far was Tito right in looking for the honor of the serb nation, irrespective of what the hell other people suffered? And there's the thing I've carried right throughout my life since I went into Yugoslavia. I have not been able to answer that question.
Now on one, the Greek entanglement of the SOE.
In November 1942, at the time of the full moon, this railway bridge in the mountains of Greece became the center of SOE's secret war. But it was to lead SOE into a political trap. Forty years later, two of those who, as young men, were caught up in Greek wars and politics, returned to pay their respects to a Greek comrade in arms. That comrade was Colonel Napoleon Zervas. Summer 1942, Field Marshal Rommel controls the North African desert. The Afrika Korps has pushed the British Eighth Army further and further east. The Germans now stand well inside Egypt, barely 100 miles from Cairo. But Rommel has stretched his supply line dangerously. Reinforcements, food and fuel have to come by sea to North African ports hundreds of miles behind the German front line. The British High Command resolves to hit Rommel where he's weakest, along this supply route. It extended back across the Mediterranean. Much of Rommel's supplies came down the strategic railway line through Greece, a prime target for sabotage. SOE was ordered to cut the railway. They called it Operation Harling. The man chosen to head Operation Harling was Brigadier Eddie Myers. He was a regular officer of the Royal Engineers.
My brief from SOE in Cairo was to link up with various guerrilla bands in the mountains of central Greece. Then, together, we were to destroy one of the three major viaducts on the railway line to Athens. I was given the names of 2 or 3 guerrilla leaders whom we should or might find. But I was told nothing about any rivalry between them and nothing about their politics.
He had 3 targets to choose from, 3 viaducts within 12 miles of one another. The southernmost was the Papadia. It had been destroyed when the British Expeditionary Force was swept out of Greece by the German invaders the year before. Now rebuilt, the bridge was heavily guarded by Italians. Myers judged the Papadia too risky. Just to the north lay the Asopos. It was a shorter bridge spanning a precipitous gorge. The Asopos looked impossible to attack. That left the Gorgopotamus, the bridge of the rushing river. It was mainly stone-built, but what caught Myers' engineering eye were the 2 steel piers at the southern end. These could be blown. The Gorgopotamus was the longest of the 3 bridges, built on a curve and a gradient. Like the others, the Gorgopotamus was guarded. It still is. Nowadays, there's a garrison of young Greek conscripts. In 1942, a detachment of 80 Italians manned machine gun posts covering all approaches. Major Chris Woodhouse was the Harling Mission's second-in-command. Aged 25, he'd been recruited into SOE from a promising academic career at Oxford.
My orders were to find a certain Colonel Napoleon Zervas, who was said to be in the Greek mountains already with an armed band of guerrillas. I was to bring Zervas to join Eddie Myers and the other guerrillas whom he would find on Mount Giona. Together, we would attack the railway line. But nothing was as simple as it seemed. Zervas was nowhere near the area mentioned in my orders. And more serious still, I was told nothing by SOE or anybody else about the complex political relations and rivalries of the Greek guerrillas, nor even their names, which later were to become so familiar to us.
Myers and Woodhouse commanded a team of 12 saboteurs. They were dropped in uniform. This Balkan operation would be very different from SOE missions in Western Europe. To attack the bridge, it was vital that the small Harling team should be backed by the Greek guerrillas, the Andates. But time was pressing. Their bad briefing was causing delays. SOE headquarters had planned their attack to coincide with a major British offensive in the desert. There, at El Alamein, the tide of war was about to turn. As the 8th Army pressed forward, SOE's small team was still gathering strength. In 1982, Eddie Myers returned to Stromny, where he'd had his first mountain HQ. His guide 40 years ago was Yanni Pistolis.
Well, this is a great occasion.
Και περνάει ο δρόμος.
Ναι. So, well, yes, sir.
Πάρτε, παιδιά, πάρε, Κώστα, πάρε.
Pistolis and Myers together had wrecked the 3 railway bridges under the noses of the Italian guards.
Yes.
Πάρε, Γιάννη, εδώ.
Spiglia?
Ναι.
The last time they were together, things were far less cheerful. 4 SOE men were lost in the mountains, and there was still no contact with the Andatis. Myers became clear. One of the demolition team was the mission's youngest member, an Anglo-Indian, Inda Gill.
The explosion sounded good. We ran to the bridge and inspected the collapsed pier and the 2 girders lying in the gap. There was cheering all around, and we heard the voice of Eddie Myers calling to us faintly above the river from the bridge. We had about 100 pounds of explosive left. The northern girder, although collapsed, seemed to be undamaged. There was a chance that the enemy would be able to use it again. So we attached the remaining explosive to it and ran for cover again.
Meanwhile, down the line, the Italian armored train was approaching. It hit the booby trap and stopped. Semimarinos had a fight on his hands.
The Andartes opened fire against the Italian troops, who started jumping out and returning the fire. At that time, the second explosion broke the silence. And then the signal for the general withdrawal was fired from our headquarters.
To inspect what they had achieved, the Harling commander, Eddie Myers, picked his way across the bridge.
Thanks to the cooperation of Zervas and Ares, we had succeeded in cutting Rommel's supply line for several, perhaps many weeks. But no one was then to know that this was to be not only the first, but sadly the only time Edes and Alas ever cooperated against the common enemy.
It was a brilliantly successful joint operation, but from now on, the 2 Greek Andate movements would become more and more bitter in their political rivalry. Zervas was awarded the OBE for his part in the operation. Woodhouse and Myers got the DSO. Aris, the communist, refused a decoration, saying he'd prefer boots for his men. The Italians reacted savagely. They took 16 hostages from the nearest village and shot them by the wreckage of the bridge. Today, a memorial marks where they fell. The SOE team had moved quickly away from Gorgopotamus. Myers now started his trek towards the west coast, 200 long miles away across the Winter Mountains. They left Woodhouse as liaison officer with Zervas at Megalochary. The rest marched towards Parga. Here the river Acheron, mythological river of hell, flows to the sea. And here, Myers' group was to be picked up by the Navy.
By the time we reached the coast, early on December the 22nd, 1942, we were all suffering from undernourishment. It was snowing and bitterly cold. We hadn't slept properly for days. That evening, as it grew dark, we began signaling out to sea the letter H for Harling with a torch. Our night-long efforts were in vain. The next 2 nights, 23rd and 24th December, we repeated the process, getting more and more anxious and dejected.
Then, on Christmas Day, just as we were about to leave for a final night signalling, a Greek runner arrived with a message from Chris Woodhouse. Cairo were not sending a submarine after all, and fresh instructions awaited me at Services headquarters. There was nothing for it but to retrace our steps. 5 hard days walking through the mountains. We felt badly let down. It was a miserable ending to the most miserable Christmas of my life.
It was a galling anticlimax after the elation of the Gorgopotamus. The irony was that it was their very success that had prompted SOE to change their orders. The march back was a nightmare. Myers was stricken with pneumonia, and some of his men were bitterly resentful about remaining in the mountains. So ended 1942. Early in the new year, they considered their new orders. They were to organize a large-scale Greek guerrilla movement backed by more British officers. Woodhouse was to go to Athens, contact resistance groups, and remain there as liaison officer. Though they didn't realize it, they were about to get entangled in the web of Greek politics. They now knew that Hellas was by far the strongest resistance force in Greece. They also knew that Hellas was backed by a shadowy organization called EAM, the National Liberation Front. Woodhouse set off for Athens on foot, avoiding main roads. But when he reached Thebes, he thought it safe to take a bus. It was a mission of the utmost danger. He carried a bag of cheap cigarettes and razor blades and was meant to be a black market salesman. But with his decidedly un-Greek looks, it was pretty thin cover. Once, Italian guards checked papers, but Greeks on the bus staged a diversion, and Woodhouse escaped. So, undetected, he finally got through to Athens. In 1943, the Greek capital was rife with danger. Both Germans and Italians had secret police, backed by networks of informers. Woodhouse was determined to meet the men behind EAM, the so-called National Liberation Front. After 2 days under cover, he was taken down the back streets of the city. There, at a secret address, he finally made contact. He was brought face to face with George Tsiantos, EAM's political chief, a veteran communist. He was also secretary of the Greek Communist Party. At these meetings, Woodhouse established beyond any doubt that EAM was a front for the Greek Communist Party, the KKE. The chain of communist control was now clear. The KKE controlled EAM, and EAM ran Hellas, the guerrilla army. So Woodhouse left Athens having learned a lot. But it wasn't information that Churchill's British government would be glad to hear. It wasn't Greek communists they wished to support, but Greek royalists.
The Duke of Gloucester, with Lord Derby, was there to welcome the King of the Hellenes on his arrival at a northern port. Although under war conditions it wasn't possible for Britain to give expression to the great admiration we all have for Greece and her royal family, both King George and Crown Prince Paul must well know the high esteem in which they are held. In London, our King and Queen, with members of the Cabinet, were at Euston to greet the party. We all know the heroic part played by the King of the Hellenes during the desperate fighting in Greece and in Crete. We honor him for his own personal courage as well as for that of his people. Greece fights on.
So the exiled King George, a cousin of the British King, had Churchill's dedicated support. News from the mountains that there was any challenge to King George, especially from communists, would be bad news indeed. Yet Eddie Myers had already heard that many Greeks were demanding a referendum or plebiscite before the king's return. He duly reported these fears to SOE headquarters.
Harling to Cairo, February 2nd. Only royalists, no others, expect royalist success in plebiscite. AM are trying to frustrate genuine plebiscite at end of war by producing such a large majority now, under guise of Elas, that they will hold all cards.
Woodhouse rejoined Myers in the mountains towards the end of February. They were quite unaware that any talk of a plebiscite would cause trouble in London. Woodhouse, too, reported Greek demands, together with what he'd learned in Athens.
Harling to Cairo, February 24th. AM insisting on plebiscite on monarchy. AM controlled by KKE.
A few days later, the Harling commanders summed up their view of communist plans.
Harling to Cairo, March 12th. AM leaders regard English weapons primarily as means to strengthen their control of Greece, only secondarily to contribute to our war effort.
All these messages arrived in Cairo, where SOE had its Middle East headquarters. But Cairo in 1943 was far removed from the political realities of the Greek mountains. The city was also the headquarters of British Middle East Command, safe again after Rommel's withdrawal. SOE ran their Balkan operations from buildings close by, known to taxi drivers as the Secret House. There, in overall charge, was Lord Glenconner, but his ruthless chief of staff controlled operations. He was Brigadier Bolo Keeble. The Foreign Office was already claiming that these two were keeping them in the dark about events in Greece. SOE Cairo were laying up trouble for themselves and for their men in the field. Their messages to Myers and Woodhouse showed that SOE hadn't understood the political facts in Greece.
Myers and I were very quickly to find out what a dilemma we were in. After my return to the mountains, we received orders from Cairo, on Churchill's authority, to support, so far as possible, only those guerrilla leaders who favoured the king. But there were none. We also had orders to cause the maximum disruption to the German occupation. But that was impossible without the support of Elas, which was controlled by the communists. So our military and political priorities were already in conflict.
The Germans had reopened the railway 6 weeks after the destruction of the Brokopotamus. Their supplies were on the move again. Myers now turned his attention a few miles south, to one of the bridges previously rejected as too difficult. Now, he thought he'd have full Elas support, and it might just be possible. This target was the Asopos. In 1943, the Asopos Bridge looked like this, an impressive piece of engineering. It was proudly featured in postcards published by the Greek railways. It was heavily defended. But all the enemy's guns pointed away from the gorge and towards the valley. This was the only approach thought possible. Now, Elas suddenly refused to help, saying it was too dangerous. So it would have to be an all-British attack. A new officer arrived by parachute in May. He was a captain of the Royal Engineers and a demolition expert, Ken Scott. Then, aged 24, Scott had been at the Engineers Depot in Egypt. He'd volunteered specially for the Asopos mission.
The original Asopos viaduct connected two railway tunnels that had been driven through the sides of this fantastic gorge about 1,000 feet deep. Its main feature was a 3-pin steel arch spanning the deep section of the gorge about 300 feet above the river. I decided the best point of attack was the leg of the arch, because if we could cut it with explosives, the whole arch would collapse and bring with it the two adjacent spans. The big problem was how to get to this heavily guarded bridge, then climb up the sheer rock face from the river to the arch itself, then fix the charges on the main girders without alerting the German guards patrolling just above our heads. These are the original sketches I made at the time, and I used them to fix the size and shape of the explosive charges I needed to cut the arch.
From these drawings, Scott made up the charges back at their mountain HQ. The whole lot were then packed into gas capes for the journey.
In the explosives bundle, I packed the main charges for the main girders, each one 18 pounds of plastic high explosive. I made them into these special shapes to fit the girders. Then there were smaller charges, like sausages, that could be wrapped around almost anything. And finally, cubes for the main bracing.
To detonate the charges, Scott chose time pencils, a simple delay mechanism. When the top of the pencil is crushed, acid eats through a wire, releasing a firing pin. The thicker the wire, the longer the delay. The problem was going to be how to get to the bridge unseen by the Germans. A frontal attack was out of the question. That left only one possibility, an approach from behind down the gorge itself. From a base camp upriver, they waded along the ravine up to their necks in icy water. They had to build special ropeways to carry the explosives. It took them 4 days to cover just half a mile. Then they ran out of rope. So they hid the explosives, retraced their steps to HQ, and signaled Cairo for more rope. A whole month was to pass before it arrived. Only then, after this long delay, were they able to return and wade on to the bridge itself. There, they were in for a surprise.
We reached the last bend in the gorge in daylight and saw the bridge for the first time. It was a fantastic sight. The arch looked enormous. Then we saw scaffolding around the leg of the arch and a track running down to the river. The Germans were actually working on the bridge. We waited till after dark and carried the explosives to the bottom of the track. Our recce showed the track went up to the arch through gaps carefully cut in the barbed wire. The scaffolding was fixed to the main girders, and there were 2 wooden platforms on it. And as a final bonus, a long ladder reached up to the top platform. In this sort of operation, you must have a lot of luck. And the track, the scaffolding, and the ladder certainly were ours.
Scott and another sapper captain climbed up the gorge to the scaffolding so thoughtfully provided, and onto the girders where they fixed the charges. It took them 2 long hours. But at last they were in place, 100 pounds of plastic high explosive.
It was just on midnight when I crushed the time pencils.
I used 3 1.5-hour pencils to give us time to get beyond the first major waterfall and a 4-hour delay as a long stop. We scrambled back up the gorge, up the waterfalls, through the pools at great speed. About 2 hours after we left the bridge, we saw a blinding flash and heard a tremendous explosion. I shouted, "She's gone," and we raced up the gorge in case we were cut off by the Germans. We got back to our base about 24 hours after leaving it, absolutely knackered. It was the Greek station master at Bralos who spread the news that the bridge had been blown and that all hell was let loose on the railway.
This time, the railway was out of use for 4 whole months. It was another spectacular success for SOE's mission. So successful that the bridge had to be completely realigned after the war. During the wait for more rope, Eddie Myers had received a top-secret message from Cairo. In mid-July, the Allies would be launching an invasion hundreds of miles to the west, on Sicily.
I was instructed to start widespread sabotage throughout Greece to deceive the Germans into thinking that our invasion force would land not in Sicily, but in Greece. So, by sheer chance, the blowing of the Asopos became the magnificent prelude to 3 weeks of intensive sabotage known as Operation Animals.
For this plan, Operation Animals, Ken Scott moved north. There were now over 30 SOE missions at large in Greece. They organized parties of Greek saboteurs in an all-out attack on the railway. Over 3 weeks, bridges, rolling stock and track were systematically demolished. The German patrols were given no peace. Nor did the road network escape. They kept it up until the very eve of the Sicily invasion.
The invasion of Sicily by Allied forces under the supreme command of General Eisenhower has already initiated the beginning of the heavy fighting.
It was on the 10th of July 1943 that the Allies landed on Sicily's beaches. The Allies had returned to Europe and achieved complete surprise. Hitler refused to believe that this was the main invasion force. SOE's deception had convinced him that the main attack would come through Greece. He ordered immediate destruction of the Greek Andatis, whom he called those bandit gangs. Hitler was still throwing troops into Greece weeks later. No sooner had the panzers arrived than they found themselves trapped. And as a final compliment to SOE's deception, Rommel himself was sent to take command. Operation Animals had been a triumph for SOE and their Greek allies. But now Myers faced another problem. Hellas forces were growing stronger every day, and they'd already attacked fellow Greeks in non-communist Andate movements.
On completion of Operation Animals, I was told to lay off any further large-scale sabotage activity until the actual invasion of Greece. I immediately asked Cairo when this would be. I was gravely concerned with their reply. Not before the winter of 1943, possibly early 1944. How was I to prevent clashes between Hellas and Edes if they had nothing else to do? I urged Cairo to reconsider their decision and to plan for the invasion of Greece across the Adriatic as soon as possible. I asked if I might come out and discuss all this and our political problems. Cairo agreed, provided we could build an airstrip.
They decided to build the airstrip here at Nereida, on a high plateau in the heart of Greece. The Greek villagers set to, and in just 3 weeks it was ready. Myers had promised to take representatives of the 3 main guerrilla movements to Cairo. But just before the plane was due, George Tsiantos, the Communist Party leader, arrived. He now demanded that 4 of his men should go to Cairo instead of 1 as planned. All 4 would go, or none at all. Myers reluctantly agreed and signaled Cairo about the change. So finally, he took with him 4 members of the communist Eyam Elas, 1 Edez leader from Zervas movement, and 1 from Eka, another smaller non-communist group. They took off from Nereida on the 9th of August, 1943.
Little did I know that this was to be the last place I would visit in Greece as head of the British military mission. Years later, Chris Woodhouse said to me, "You only made one mistake whilst you were in Greece, and that was to visit Cairo." But I still believe that so much was at stake for the Greek people that I had to go to ensure that the complicated situation inside Greece was fully understood.
So Myers brought his delegation of Greeks to Cairo, into the very heart of the British establishment in the Middle East. Here there were 2 British embassies, one for Egypt and one for the royal government of Greece in exile. King George had by now moved his court to the Egyptian capital. Britain's ambassador to the Greeks was Rex Leeper. Leeper was directly responsible to the Foreign Office in London. Though no friend of SOE, he welcomed Myers and his delegation.
Leeper took me promptly to see King George of the Hellenes, to whom I was told to speak frankly about the feeling against him in Greece. I told him that should he return at the head of his army, Hellas would oppose him, and there would probably be civil war immediately.
Leeper agreed. The next day, he cabled London.
Leeper to Foreign Office, August 12th. It is my duty to inform you that the case against the King's early return is strong.
This was badly received in London. The official line was being challenged. Foreign Secretary Anthony Eden replied tartly.
Foreign Office to Leeper, August 16th. It is our view, if the King now pledges himself not to return to Greece until after a plebiscite, he is in fact signing his abdication.
Leeper stepped back into line.
Almost overnight, Leeper's attitude towards SOE Cairo and myself personally changed completely, from one of cordial cooperation to one of suspicion and unjust accusations. He accused me of having brought the delegation out without warning and of meddling in politics beyond my terms of reference. From that moment onwards, I now realize that both I and the Greek delegation were doomed.
Brigadier Eddie Myers was now branded as a political intriguer and communist sympathizer. He was never allowed to resume his command. He'd gone to Greece as a soldier, but had been expected to act as a politician. The political trap had snapped shut. Lord Glenconner, SOE's Cairo chief, went with him, sacked for allegedly pursuing an independent line. Brigadier Keeble, his autocratic chief of staff, was removed a few weeks later. And even Sir Charles Hambro, SOE's overall boss in London, was removed as a result of this clash with the Foreign Office. So Myers' visit to Cairo was used to make a clean sweep of SOE's high command. Woodhouse was left to run SOE's missions in Greece. He'd set up his HQ at Pertuli after Myers' ill-fated departure. There, the new commander faced his first challenge. In September 1943, Italy surrendered. What would now happen to Italian troops in Greece? How would their former German allies react? To SOE's headquarters at Pertuli, the Italian General Infanti, commander of the Pinerolo Division, came to sign the surrender. Woodhouse's neighbors at Pertuli were the joint general headquarters of Hellas.
Both the joint GHQ and Infanti's Pinerolo Division were located in Hellas territory, so Hellas was bound to dominate the handling of the surrender. I feared from the first that Hellas would eventually disarm the Italians and use their weapons against Zervas, so it was not easy for me to sign the armistice. But unless the joint GHQ collectively accepted the Italian surrender, and my signature was the essential one for Infanti, the division and all its weapons would have gone to the Germans instead. I had orders not to let this happen, so I signed the armistice here in Pertuli on the 11th of September 1943, though I did so with great anxiety.
With this signature, Woodhouse was suddenly responsible for 14,000 Italians, together with all their weapons. German response was swift. Pertuli was devastated. Relations between Hellas and the British got rapidly worse.
The communist leaders of Hellas had other things on their mind. Their delegation had returned from Cairo humiliated and empty-handed. Their colleagues here in the mountains evidently concluded that cooperating with the British didn't pay. They also seemed to believe, quite mistakenly, that Greece was soon to be freed from the German occupation. So they set about trying to secure complete control of the country before the expected day of liberation.
In October, Hellas seized the Italian weapons and attacked Edes. The civil war had begun. The civil war raged on either side of the Araxos River in the northwest. Hellas were determined that they alone would be in control when the Allies arrived. Then they realized that the Allies weren't coming just yet. It was by the Packhorse Bridge at Plaka that Woodhouse finally got the warring sides together for talks.
It was in this house that the Plaka armistice was signed on the 29th of February 1944. The leaders of the Andati resistance agreed to stop fighting each other and concentrate all their efforts against the common enemy, the Germans.
This is the actual ceasefire document that Woodhouse got the rival Andate leaders to sign. He also drafted a secret handwritten agreement by which the Greeks promised to support special Allied units when the Germans finally withdrew. He hoped this would be a breakthrough.
My hope was that these special units would stay on in Greece after the Germans had gone to provide a peacekeeping force in the aftermath of liberation.
But he was to be disappointed. Barely a month later, an Hellas unit attacked and annihilated the smallest non-communist group, ECA. Now, only Edes and SOE stood between the 40,000 Hellas communists and total control. It was summer 1944. British and Americans were pushing across Europe from the Normandy beaches. From the east, the Red Army was nearing the Balkans. The Germans in Greece finally started to pull out. Woodhouse set off to inspect his scattered missions, now harassing the enemy as they moved slowly north. For SOE's 200 liaison officers, this was to be the last full-scale military action in Greece. Operation Noah's Ark had been planned for months. In the west, 2,000 Edes men with British support blocked the German escape route. In the east, Hellas dominated the countryside, but only where there was close cooperation with SOE did they achieve results. After Noah's Ark, worried about Hellas and the future, Woodhouse moved down to Athens and the port of Piraeus. Now, in October 1944, liberation by the British had already started.
The liberation of Greece has been continuing at a smooth and rapid pace. Latest newsreel pictures show more British troops being taken there by Greek and British warships. The force landed at Piraeus, the port near Athens. Already the Germans had cleared out, and already some of our men, including airborne troops, had entered the capital. But now a larger force was there, and the liberation of Athens was completed. The people left absolutely no doubt about the welcome Athens desired to give the British army on its return. They carpeted the streets with their national emblem and flowers. They turned out in their tens of thousands to cheer our men on the march. On the 18th of October, members of the Greek government returned to Greece. The Premier, Mr. Papandreou, arrives with Lieutenant General Scobie, the Allied military commander. There was a double guard of honor mounted by Greek partisans, the men who have been waging continuous guerrilla warfare against the Hun, and by Royal Marines and other troops.
But the guerrilla leaders were not invited to the festivities. This snub outraged Woodhouse. He left a jubilant Athens behind him to travel north again to the mountains. There he eventually joined up with Zervas and his Edes Zendatis, now threatened by two Hellas divisions. Among the ruins of Nicopolis, built to commemorate a great Roman victory, Zervas fought a last-ditch stand against the communists, who now saw him as their only rival. December 1944. Tragic events were taking place further south. British troops, so recently feted and garlanded, now found themselves fighting on the streets of their earlier welcome. Hellas had marched on Athens. The British army intervened. SOE's men had warned of this for 2 years. Now it had happened. After 3 weeks of bitter fighting, the army regained control. It was time for SOE to leave Greece.
SOE's military mission in Greece, which Eddie Myers and I successively commanded, I think achieved 3 things. It provided the technical expertise, such as handling explosives, without which the major successes would have been impossible. It provided the tactical planning and communications which harnessed the courage of the Greeks to the strategic requirements of the Allied commanders. And most important of all in the long run, it ensured that no armed force in occupied Greece could gain a monopoly of power on the day of liberation. Our aim was to lead...
Wartime story of an Italian victory for the SOE.
As SOE fortunes rose and fell in the Balkans, the organization took its first steps into enemy territory, Mussolini's Italy. It scored a triumph. In the mountains of Italy, they found one of the most powerful resistance movements in Europe. Its people fought for freedom after 20 years of fascist repression. Mussolini seized power in Italy in 1922. It was a political coup which brought relief to most Italians. He launched a massive program of public works, providing jobs along with roads and railways. After years of political chaos, peace and prosperity were restored. Mussolini enjoyed playing the benevolent dictator. But behind the paternal smiles was a ruthless man who viciously suppressed all opposition. Violence and terror came with Mussolini's reforms. His secret police were more efficient than the Gestapo. Thousands of anti-fascists were arrested, murdered, or fled into exile. As Mussolini moved closer to Germany, doubts grew among all Italians. In Berlin, he signed a pact with Hitler, and the Axis was born, an alliance with their traditional enemy. In 1940, he declared war on the Allies.
Un'ora segnata dal destino batte nel cielo della nostra patria.
It was the turning point for Mussolini. His tanks invaded France in a shameful attack only days before she surrendered to the Germans. To their dismay, Italian soldiers found themselves occupying French Riviera resorts and fighting the British in the Western Desert. More dismaying were the heavy losses. Mussolini's armies were not equipped for modern warfare. Thousands were killed or taken prisoner. In July 1943, after 21 years of fascism, Mussolini was thrown out. Political prisoners were freed. Crowds cheered, hoping for an end to their costly war against the Allies. The new head of government was Marshal Badoglio. He began secret talks with the Allies. An agreement was signed despite assurances to Germany that Italy would stay in the war. On September the 8th, the armistice was declared, to the relief of everyone.
During that night and the following day, there was a near total disintegration of the Italian armed forces. How, why, it happened. That's the only thing one can say. There were units which remained intact, but not many.
But the German army had been waiting in the wings. As Italian forces collapsed, they poured in from across the border. Denouncing Italy's treachery, they seized control throughout the country. By September the 9th, they were already in Rome. Now Italy was occupied, just like the rest of Europe. To make matters worse, German special forces staged a coup. They rescued Mussolini from his prison on the top of the Gran Sasso mountain. His departure had been short-lived. The Germans installed him as head of a new fascist puppet government in the north. But as German troops moved in, they began to encounter armed resistance. Some who fought and died were Italian soldiers. Others came from the political underground, from all parties, left and right.
The fact of having been active against the fascist regime during those long, sad years, chiefly 1925 to 1942, created an atmosphere of friendship and what one may call camaraderie between those who had participated. There were divisions, but there was also the willingness to work together.
Meanwhile, the Allies were making their first landing in the south. September was a momentous month for Italy. It changed sides and was invaded by both German and Allied troops. As the Allies fought their way in from Salerno, SOE made for Brindisi in the south. The toe of Italy was soon liberated. Marshal Badoglio and the King managed to escape there to meet Allied chiefs. But SOE had already made contact with the fugitive government. Commander Gerard Holdsworth had sailed into the confusion as German troops withdrew.
The idea was that I should proceed in my vessel to see what could be done about setting up the machinery to produce a resistance movement. I went to the police, taking with me one of my officer chaps who spoke quite good Italian, to find out where it would be possible for me to get in touch with the King and Badoglio. And that was really the beginning of No. 1 Special Force.
In the neighboring town of Monopoli, Holdsworth quickly set up a new operational base. He requisitioned local houses built in the curious style of the region. Under these beehive roofs, he set up a radio station. Nearby were packing and parachute training. From this new base at Monopoli, Holdsworth began operations, making contacts across the front line through Italian recruits like Max Salvadori. But the Allies were making slow progress. Fighting was costly in lives and property. At Monte Cassino, 30,000 died. While the Allies inched their way forward to Rome, SOE made rapid progress. By early summer, 26 missions had gone in behind the lines. 100,000 partisans were already in the network. The stage was set. On June the 4th, 1944, the Allies finally broke through into Rome. SOE was now in direct contact with resistance leaders. And as the Allies pushed north, partisans took their share of the action, attacking targets on the ground while the RAF bombed from the air. The partisans had begun to draw blood. 30,000 German casualties in 3 months. Marshal Kesselring ordered all-out war on partisans and reprisals on civilians. By the end of July, the Allies were just a few miles south of Florence. The German defense line ran through the heart of the city, along the River Arno. In the narrow streets on the north bank, partisans were to make their fighting debut. SOE knew that a powerful resistance movement flourished in the city, it was already active and highly organized. The partisan council met behind locked doors in the Via Condotto. They made their own plans for liberation, with or without the Allies. The Germans were also preparing for the Battle of Florence. They evacuated people from strategic areas and herded them into the old city on the north bank of the river. Fearing a partisan revolt, they declared a 24-hour curfew. The people of Florence were trapped in their homes with gas, water, and electricity cut off. The Germans themselves retreated to the north bank, and on August the 4th, they blew the bridges, cutting the city in two.
Erano circa 500.000 persone, quindi ogni giorno c'era un gran numero di morti che dovevano essere seppelliti nei giardini, nei cortili, dove si poteva. E la gente non poteva uscire dalle case. È stato frequente il caso in cui donne, specialmente, che uscivano per prendere acqua o per portare medicinali o feriti, qualche medico, sono state passate per le armi.
The dust of the blown bridges had barely settled when SOE sent in its own advance party ahead of the Allies, led by Charles Mackintosh. His job was to make contact with the partisans. Mackintosh was on the south bank. The partisans were on the north. The River Arno lay between them. But there was a way across. In the 15th century, the Medici family had built a passageway connecting the north bank to the south. It ran above street level through the famous Uffizi Gallery, over archways along the riverbank, and across the Ponte Vecchio bridge, left standing, though heavily mined. Hearing that Mackintosh had arrived, partisan Enrico Fischer slipped past SS guards and entered the gallery. He crept above the heads of German paratroopers guarding the riverbank, picked his way over the mines as he crossed the bridge, and dropped down into the rubble on the other side to meet Mackintosh. A telephone line was laid across the bridge, linking SOE with the partisans. Their political leader, Carlo Reggianti, crossed to meet Mackintosh and Allied chiefs.
Siamo saliti sulla famosa jeep, insomma, una specie di jeep, quella lavorata, insomma, che aveva Mackintosh con una mitragliatrice, e siamo partiti da Piazza Pinti, in Porta Romana, via Romana, per andare al comando del colonnello, del generale Kirkman. E lì c'erano un altro malanno di Firenze, cioè i fascisti avevano lasciato migliaia di franchi tiratori, capito? E stavano sui tetti e ammazzavano tutti, ammazzavano uomini, donne, gente che passava. E naturalmente quando passava un mezzo militare lo inquadravano, vero? E così hanno inquadrato anche noi, ma per fortuna non è successo niente.
Mackintosh and his 5 men remained on the south bank, under constant fire from German guns across the river. As the situation worsened, news came through the secret line. Mackintosh knew the partisans would try to go it alone. He begged the Allies to attack. They sent food, but not troops. Allied chiefs feared that civilians would suffer more from a battle in the narrow streets of Florence. On August the 11th, the partisans could wait no more. The bells of the Palazzo Vecchio rang. It was the signal for the uprising. Mackintosh and his men went over the bridge and joined the battle. At last, the first detachment of Allied troops crossed the Arno. But the Germans had already withdrawn to the outskirts, and most of the fighting was done. The people of Florence had liberated their city, but at great cost. Partisans had suffered 800 casualties, among them Potente, leader of the communist Garibaldi brigade. Among mourners at his funeral was Charles Mackintosh, his comrade in arms. He had provided the link with Allied chiefs and put Italian resistance on the military map. Joyful partisans had gained more than their liberty. They had earned recognition as a paramilitary force. Now they could take their place alongside the Allies to drive out the Germans. After Florence, SOE began to play a vital part in Allied military plans. General Alexander gave partisans a full strategic role. It was a timely success for SOE. 200 miles away, the Allies had launched Operation Dragoon, the invasion of the south of France. General Alexander was forced to give up 8 divisions to carry out the invasion. With his regular forces badly weakened in Italy, Alexander turned to SOE for help. From his operations room in Brindisi, Holdsworth could call on partisan brigades throughout the north. Among the finest were those in the Langer, strategically placed near the French border. The men who had gathered in these rolling hills were led by professional soldiers. Orders received from Alexander were carried out under the command of Mario Bolliolo.
Gli scontri venivano, non dico a livello giornaliero, ma quasi, scontri di pattuglie contro colonne tedesche che transitavano sulla rotabile Savona, Ceva, Mondovì e Torino, in modo particolare. Lo scopo era, col dettato del messaggio di Alexander, di occupare maggiormente le colonne che transitavano per raggiungere la Francia del Sud. 2. Queste colonne venivano impegnate in maniera tale che il grosso delle truppe dovevano arrestarsi e schierarsi nel gergo militare per vedere qual era la consistenza dell'attacco, in modo che perdevano dei giorni interi per raggiungere il fine.
So successful were the Langer brigades that SOE put in its own mission, led by Major Neville Darewski. He passed orders direct from Allied headquarters to partisan chiefs. From his base in a medieval castle, Darewski organized supplies. But first he built an airfield in the vineyards of the Langer. Local people joined partisans working day and night to prepare it. Within 2 weeks, they were ready to receive the first Lysander. SOE officers were flown in, the wounded taken out. Throughout the autumn, SOE kept up supplies to the Langer partisans as they fought to keep German divisions out of France and inside Italy. Women couriers cycled through German roadblocks, smuggling explosives to saboteurs in the town. Lucia Testori was 16 when she joined the partisans.
Per trasferirlo a Cuneo, dove dovevo percorrere con la bicicletta una ventina di chilometri, e cosa facevo? Mettevo la miccia intorno alla vita, così tutto intorno qui. Poi l'esplosivo plastico che era fatto di tanti candelotti lunghi così, grossi così, dentro una borsa attaccata al manubrio della bicicletta. Questo 4-5 kg per volta. Poi detonatori non più di 10, perché i detonatori, mi dicevano, sono molto sensibili, esplodono per niente, facilmente. Allora ne mettevo uno per dito, così. Poi così, poi infilavo i guanti e poi la bicicletta, il manubrio della bicicletta, e così arrivavo fino a Cuneo.
It was dangerous work, and there were many deaths. Neville Derevsky himself was killed within weeks, but the Langer partisans were in constant action for the rest of the war, side by side with SOE men. But not all partisans were soldiers. Further north, the workers of Biella had formed their own powerful brigades to fight the Germans. Biella was the center of an old industrial area. Over the centuries, the town had grown rich on wool. But the rich facades belied the poverty of the factory workers. The Communist Party flourished in Biella and had been brutally repressed by the fascists. When the Germans invaded, factory workers deserted the mills and took to the mountains, led by communists like Anello Poma.
Diciamo, viene da lontano questa avversione degli italiani verso i tedeschi. In Piemonte poi sentivamo molto la vergogna di avere aggredito la Francia nel momento in cui questo paese già ormai era sconfitto, e quindi anelavamo la pace. Perciò l'armistizio dell'8 settembre fu salutato con gioia, e quando i tedeschi occuparono il paese sorse questo spirito di rivolta che trovò negli antifascisti più impegnati, e in questo caso noi che venivamo dall'esperienza spagnola, che avevamo fatto quella guerra contro il fascismo, fummo un elemento non solo catalizzatore del consenso, ma anche tra quelli che seppero meglio distinguersi per organizzare la guerra partigiana.
Hundreds of young people joined the partisans. The country around Biella gave them a vantage point, a curious ridge called the Serra. Left behind by the Ice Age, it stretched for miles, giving clear views of the plain. Up in the Serra was the partisan capital, Sala Biellese, local recruitment centre and safe haven. It had its own free radio station, Radio Libertà, which cut into fascist broadcasts and called on people to strike. SOE answered the call with Mission Cherokee, led by Alistair MacDonald and Patamore. They found partisan patrols already in action, terrorizing the Germans with nightly raids.
One of these patrols stopped a military Volkswagen, a staff car, and it turned out that one of them was a general. And the general tried to pull out his Luger, you see, and they just let him have it. And I think he must have received something like 29mm bullets in him. So they knocked him off, and they knocked everybody off. And before leaving, they took their weapons and departed. There's an example of what was going on, I almost say every day, if not every night.
To keep up the pressure on the Germans, they began to arrange supply drops from SOE's base at Brindisi. The arrival of weapons raised the morale of partisans, but not of the Germans.
The psychological effect was terrifying. The Germans couldn't stand this. The constant arrival of these planes every night, except, of course, in very bad weather, I think had more effect on the war, if you want to know, than the amount of ammunition that was fired off at them.
Partisans of all political shades were now receiving weapons. Once again, the question arose, should SOE arm the communists?
Anyone, regardless of political beliefs, who would have a go seemed to me to be on our side. I, over the years since, have never come to regret that. I had been asked, when in Italy at that time, was this wise? Did this not give the opportunity for one party or another? It was not, in my judgment, our business. What we had to do was to defeat the enemy and catch the next plane home. and get on with our thing and leave them to get on with theirs.
For SOE's Max Salvadori, Italian politics held no mysteries. But it was a different story for British officers.
They knew something about the Conservative Party and the Labour Party and hadn't often the slightest idea of what it meant to be a monarchist or a Republican in Italy, to be a liberal or a socialist, to be a Catholic or to be an anti-clerical, all the things with which the British, happily maybe, never had any experience.
In the northeast, SOE officers were thrown into a political minefield. Politics in Friuli threatened to destroy resistance. Friuli was a border area. To the east lay Yugoslavia and Tito's partisans, close friends of Friuli's communist Garibaldi. To the north was Austria, gateway to Italy for marauding armies. The people of this border country had suffered over many centuries of war. When the Germans invaded, they formed their own brigades, the Osopo. They were led by a priest who knew the consequences, Don Ascanio.
Volendo evitare quel che era avvenuto dopo la Prima Guerra Mondiale, che nella loro ritirata depredavano i paesi lungo la strada, allora avevo armato degli uomini perché difendessero le loro case, le loro stalle, i loro beni, non li lasciassero portar via dai tedeschi.
But their enthusiasm was not matched by experience. The Osopo made a fixed base at an old castle, a tactical error. Pat Martin Smith arrived in time to pay the price.
We'd just about fallen off to sleep when the door was thrust open. A young chap appeared there and said, the Germans are coming. Vengano i tedeschi, vengano i tedeschi. And scarpered off mighty quickly before we could ask him any sort of accurate detail. And that coincided with a rattled machine gun fire from somewhere down in the village. Then, of course, they had to come up that winding road, which gave everybody plenty of time to get out of the way.
The partisans escaped and took up positions further down the mountain where the road led through a series of tunnels. They knew the Germans must return that way and laid a successful ambush. With 80 German casualties, the Osopo reckoned they had won the day. Not so the Garibaldi. Osopo leaders were rounded up and taken to this remote house in the mountains, prisoners of their communist rivals. The Garibaldi used the attack on the castle as an excuse and put them on trial. Their crime was inexperience. They threatened to shoot Osopo leaders. It was a bid by the communists to seize control of Friuli. Into this explosive situation came SOE's Tom Roworth.
I was supposed to go up and stop them fighting each other and get to fighting the common enemy, who was the German. And so what we had to do there was to stop these Garibaldini from being the big men, and my position was rather difficult.
Against all the odds, Roworth managed to restore peace. It called for diplomatic skills not taught by SOE.
Whatever they said against me, at least I was fair to both sides, and that is the way I got not a united command as the communists wanted it, but a coordinated command in which it was a 50-50 concern, and in which we did a lot of very good work.
Lying as it did near two borders, Friuli was SOE country. Villagers welcomed the British, and the region was soon peppered with missions. Roworth's nearest neighbour was Major Hedley Vincent. He saw the area was ripe for sabotage and called for an instructor. SOE sent Ronnie Taylor.
The first week we arrived, of course, we didn't speak the language very well, which is a bit tricky.
And we gave our first lesson in sabotage and sent them out to blow up some high-tension pylons. And these were pylons which were in pairs like this, you see. And not knowing too much about it, they blew them up so they fell against one another. But at any rate, the line was disrupted, and without knowing it, we had unwittingly cut the single weak link in the whole of northeast Italy. We used to give lessons in sabotage on 3-day courses in the little villages in Italy, at the end of which we would give them a task to do, to go out and cut the railway line or blow a bridge or something. And if they passed that test, they were then given the sabotage badge, which they proudly wore. Hence, we formed what we called a sabotage battalion. We had everything from university professors down to boys of 14, in fact, girls of 14. And they had a cool courage, which impressed us enormously.
SOE's main targets were the rail links into Austria, running through passes at Villach and the Brenner.
The one through Villach was heavily defended. They had patrols up and down the line, in one place every quarter of a mile. What we therefore had to do was train people to put charges onto a railway line by night in complete darkness. And the fastest it was ever done was about 30 seconds in absolute blackness. With that sort of skill, the line was indefensible. It couldn't be defended, because even with patrols going up and down regularly, you needed a very, very short time. In those days, there was something like 20 trains a day coming down that line. And by the end of the time we were there was about 1 train a day coming down at walking pace.
So successful were SOE and the partisans that they gradually took control of a huge area. They created a free zone of some 1,000 square miles, which the Germans were afraid to enter. 90,000 people lived in this partisan republic. In the capital, Ampezzo, they set up a new democratic government. It was the first in Italy for over 20 years.
Il primo decreto, quello per cui per esempio io che le parlo vado orgoglioso, è che noi abbiamo abolito il 26 di settembre del 44 la pena di morte in Italia. Abbiamo indetto le elezioni, abbiamo aperto le scuole e abbiamo istituito una guardia popolare e un servizio di intendenza per la popolazione, oltre che per le formazioni partigiane. Non avevo mai votato in vita mia. E tutti quelli che avevano 30-35 anni non sapevano come si vota, cosa si fa. C'è una carta, com'è questa carta? Cos'è un seggio elettorale? A noi per la prima volta nel 1944 abbiamo fatto sì che in molti comuni, decine di comuni, potessero votare liberamente.
But the Republic was short-lived. The Germans had gathered reinforcements. They swept in. The Italians called it a rastrellamento, or raking. It was a determined effort to sweep out the partisans for good. Backed by skilled mountain troops, the German army stormed the partisan citadel. One by one, they destroyed the villages of the Free Zone.
But the rastrellamento was very severe. They burnt something like 500 houses. They killed a lot of people. They hung a lot of people. They burnt a lot of people. The effect on the Italian people was dreadful, really, absolutely dreadful.
But a special fate had been reserved for the people of Friuli.
I came out of my house one morning and looked with my field glasses around,
and I was right up at the top of Tramonti di Sopra. I chose the place because if anything happened, I could get away so much quicker than anybody else. And I put up my field glasses and I looked through there, and the sight I saw really sent my hair on end. I wondered whether I was dreaming. All I could see was a great big mass, and they weren't Cossacks, they were Mongols. They looked like the Tartar hordes and Tamerlane. They even had their camels with them, and horses, and their families. Somebody told me later there were 10,000 of them, but they certainly frightened us.
Friuli had been designated Cossack land. During the Russian campaign, the Germans had enlisted thousands of Cossacks and Mongol tribesmen, victims of Russian repression. They had been promised a land of their own. It was to be Friuli. All they had to do was to drive out the partisans. As the Cossacks moved in, it was the women who bore the brunt. Since the occupation, it had been their job to trudge hundreds of miles over the mountains to the plain to buy food for the partisans. Now they faced the demands of 60,000 hungry Cossacks.
E si aveva anche paura perché erano uomini abbastanza grandi, tutti a cavallo, non si era abituati a vedere quelle cose lì.
Quando sono arrivate in Carnia, tutti gli animali che erano fuori nei cortili oppure nelle stalle uccidevano, facevano un bel fuoco in mezzo alla strada e mangiavano le bistecche. Magari noi si aveva tirato su sti animali per poterli mangiare noi un giorno, no? Invece li mangiavano loro.
Li mangiavano loro.
Le pecore
a me mi hanno rubato una pecora.
E allora dopo sono venuti ad abitare a casa, hanno cacciato fuori, hanno scelto le stanze migliori che si aveva in casa
e poi
e dopo si doveva lavarli, farli da mangiare, fare tutto. No?
The people of Friuli faced this new burden with courage. Their support for SOE never wavered.
They would hide our radio batteries, for instance, under piles of chestnuts in the full knowledge that Cossacks would make an unpredictable visit to the village, search every house and so on. Anyone found harbouring a partisan would be shot or burnt. The people were magnificent. They literally put their lives at risk every day.
The German rastrellamento continued. They swept across the whole of northern Italy. No mercy was shown. Down in the vineyards of the Langa, the Germans put in 20,000 men. Gildo Milano lay in wait with 1,400 partisans.
In quell'attacco nel nostro settore è venuto da Ceva, perciò con appoggio dei carri armati sulla strada e nelle immediate adiacenze della strada. Le fanterie invece venivano avanti su un fronte di 1 chilometro circa. Però il punto cruciale della battaglia si è svolto proprio in questo posto, in quanto la prima autoblinda è arrivata in questa curva. Il nostro metalliere, vistolo fermo, mi sparò, saltò sul cofano dell'autoblinda, buttò una bomba dentro all'autoblinda e poi richiuse il cofano. Questo naturalmente preoccupò molto i tedeschi perché non si aspettavano né difese anticarro né postazioni né cose del genere.
Taken by surprise, the Germans withdrew for 5 crucial hours and the Langer brigades slipped away to safety. Allied armies were also struggling. They were stuck in mud and rain. The loss of 8 divisions to the French campaign had seriously weakened their advance. The hoped-for breakthrough must wait till spring. General Alexander now faced severe operational difficulties. There was heavy demand for men and aircraft to support the war elsewhere in Europe. Ammunition was running low. They had only enough for 14 days. A harsh winter was breaking. He knew he could not support the partisans. Alexander broadcast a statement, and all the world heard it. He told partisans to halt large-scale operations and save their munitions until further orders. They should lie low until a new phase of struggle. In effect, he told them to pack up and go home until further notice. What homes? The partisans had nowhere to go. They felt the message was an invitation to the Germans to finish them off.
Io, così come forse credo molti altri, sono stata sconvolta quando ci è stato detto dovete tornare alle vostre case. Io ormai ero dovuta fuggire da casa mia e sapevo che a casa mia non avrei più potuto tornare e perciò l'idea di tornare a casa mia mi aveva proprio molto sconvolta perché non sapevo proprio che cosa fare, dove andare. Mi avrebbero presa se tornavo a casa mia e fucilata immediatamente, questo era chiaro.
E il proclama Alexander provocò irritazione e noi lo respingemmo. Lo respingemmo e continuavamo la battaglia, ma con noi furono d'accordo anche, e a me piace sottolinearlo questo dato, furono d'accordo anche i membri della missione militare inglese che operò nella nostra zona.
To cool partisan tempers, Holdsworth organized a meeting between Allied chiefs and top partisan leaders. They drew up a formal agreement, money and arms for the partisans in return for support in the spring offensive. So in Biella, it was business as usual for Mission Cherokee. They arranged a special supply drop to raise morale. 4 days after Alexander's misguided message, MacDonald led partisans to the top of the Serra. SOE did not let them down. It was the biggest supply drop ever received in Italy, 24 plane loads, to the delight of partisans. Thus fortified, Alimiro, a local Garibaldi chief, began to plot the final blow of 1944 to show the Germans they were still in business. It was planned for the Feast of Stephen. They planned to blow up a bridge in the heart of the busy town of Ivrea. It was used by trains carrying iron ore and goods from a nearby steelworks said to be used in making V-2 rockets. But the bridge was heavily guarded, overlooked by fascist headquarters and the local SS. German officers in the Hotel Dora believed it was safe from sabotage. Not so the partisans.
Noi siamo venuti a vederlo di giorno, guardandolo, però non potevamo immaginare e contare tutti i tralizzi che c'erano. Sapevamo che c'erano delle cartoline, ci siamo rivolti in una tabaccheria, abbiamo comprato la cartolina dove c'era la fotografia del ponte e la città di Ivrea e da quello noi abbiamo fatto, diciamo, lo schema, l'abbiamo ridisegnato secondo le nostre opinioni per vedere le dimensioni del ponte.
Under cover of darkness, Missori and Alimiro returned to the bridge. They set silently to work under the noses of the guards, who were not on the alert for a Christmas attack.
Dunque noi siamo saliti sul ponte soltanto io e Alimiro disarmati, per non fare assolutamente nessun rumore. Quindi io avevo già preparato tutti i pezzi con lui prima, quindi Alimiro ha cominciato nella fiancata sinistra e dalla fiancata sinistra io le passavo pezzo per pezzo.
The bridge collapsed as if it had been cut in two. The line was out of action for the rest of the war. But the success of Ivrea marked the end of operations. The Germans were closing in on the villages of the north. First victim was Alistair MacDonald, caught at a meeting with partisans.
Quite suddenly, a whole platoon of German Waffen-SS burst into the village, and there was quite a lot of firing, I tried with one of the couriers to get out across the snow, which was fairly deep. Couldn't get very far before they started shooting at us, and then they let a dog on to us. But the courier who was with me was shot through the back and killed, and we couldn't really get any further. So that was a bad day.
With MacDonald's arrest, it was the end of Mission Cherokee. As the snow began to fall, the Germans brought in special Alpine troops. SOE men and partisans were hunted like animals, constantly on the run.
We were living like escaped convicts practically, and persecuted and pursued and whatnot. There was nothing to eat, absolutely nothing to eat, and very cold. You couldn't operate in 12 foot of snow. It was not possible. You couldn't move.
Amour found refuge in a graveyard.
It was an old tomb which dated apparently from 1100. It was Gothic or just post-Gothic, empty of course, but it was stone, very large. It must have been a double tomb, and there were 3 of us in there: a wireless operator, Corporal Birch, myself, and an ex-prisoner of war, an Australian who was helping us and who had joined the mission. And there we lived for almost, I think it was 6.5 days. And it was very tight for 3 people. And the radio, as you can imagine, we had to keep the radio. One of us had to keep the radio on the chest. I mean, and the awful thing was that one had to move every 3/4 of an hour. You had to turn over.
They put us in a place that wasn't much bigger than a coffin, underneath a shed, where sheep came in, and all their ordure and liquids were kind of dropping on our faces and bodies, which we couldn't move at all. And they did all this because the Alsatian dogs, which came up with the Germans, they couldn't find us. We heard them talking to these people up above us, talking about, well, we're going to burn your house if you don't tell us where the Englishman is. We know he's here. They've told it the other place. And they said, no, the other place told you because they wanted, he's probably gone away now. Why don't you go back there and have a go? And the men moved off, and as soon as they moved off, they picked us up. They didn't give us a towel or anything to wipe our face with, and off they took me to a grotto, where I stayed overnight in absolute misery, absolute cold.
Spring brought hope of an end to war as the Allies launched a new offensive. The great port of Genoa was to provide the setting for the first major partisan action. As the Allies prepared to move north, partisans planned their own liberation. 12,000 German and fascist troops guarded the city. Outside, partisan brigades awaited the moment when they could sweep down from the mountains and trap the Germans in the city, in the final struggle for liberation.
If one were able to question those young men, and they were all 20, 21, 22, the officers, the commanders a bit older, very few regular officers among them, nearly all of them young men who'd come up from the factories, from the workshops of the coast, along here, this industrial zone, and who came up because they were inspired by this notion that they should drive out the Germans, they should drive out the fascists, they should begin to build somehow or other an Italy that was going to be theirs.
The Germans had their own plans for the port. If they had to withdraw from Genoa, they intended to blow it up so that it could not be used by the Allies. They had sown mines everywhere. Miles and miles of pier had been prepared. Every few yards, there was a bomb. But dock workers had followed their actions and secretly defused them all.
E si lavorava specialmente per sminare le banchine, si lavorava quasi sempre di notte e se era possibile che ci fosse sempre tempo brutto, perché c'era sempre i tedeschi che passeggiavano sempre sulle banchine. Quello che abbiamo fatto era nelle condizioni tremende, perché abbiamo avuto dei feriti, abbiamo avuto dei compagni che sono portati in Germania e abbiamo avuto dei morti.
The local partisan committee met in secret in a monastery in the middle of Genoa. Here they finalized plans for the uprising. Even as they did so, the Allies launched their attack near the River Po. Word reached Genoa that German troops had withdrawn across it. This was the signal for the uprising. Partisan brigades now swept down from the mountains to the outskirts of Genoa, cutting off the German retreat and sealing off the city. After a fierce battle in this suburb, 600 German and fascist soldiers surrendered to 60 partisans, led by Gino Campanella.
È stata una cosa quasi irruenta, veloce, repentina, rapida, perché dentro di noi avevamo qualche cosa di rabbia, di Sì, ci sono stati dei feriti, ci sono stati dei morti. Per esempio, un esempio pratico, noi i cannoni che erano ricordo sempre, i cannoni che erano nel Bisagno, con quei cannoni tedeschi abbiamo sparato contro la caserma dei tedeschi perché l'abbiamo presa a calci, a botte, perché dovevano sparare loro contro i loro stessi compagni, ma eravamo un po' fuori di noi, insomma.
Away from the fierce fighting at the Villa Migoni, the German General Meinhold reluctantly admitted defeat. He had been brought here under partisan escort for talks with the Archbishop and partisan leaders. They sat at this table to discuss terms for surrender. Remo Scappini.
Andammo molto a lungo, lui affermando la sua posizione, noi chiedendo la resa incondizionata con la consegna delle armi. Cercava di perdere tempo, lui sapeva, qui ne fa testo il colonnello Basil Davis, che le truppe americane della 92esima divisione erano a Rapallo e con una camionetta da Rapallo a venire qui breve tempo, perché voleva sfuggire in sostanza all'onta di capitolare di fronte al Comitato di Liberazione, cioè di fronte a dei partiti che lui certamente non stimava.
Though Meinhold tried to play for time, Scappini forced the issue.
Con fermezza io presi una posizione decisa dopo essermi inteso con i miei colleghi e dissi o così o altrimenti riprendiamo l'azione. Lui venne nella determinazione quindi di cedere.
At partisan headquarters in Genoa, SOE's Basil Davidson waited for news. At last, he was summoned to the Partisans Committee of National Liberation.
And they said very formally, and I think with justified pride, we have a communication to give you. And that communication was the act of surrender in two copies, one in Italian, one in German, which I read at this table or at a table very like it, which announced the unconditional surrender of all the enemy forces to the Patriotic Command and the Committee of National Liberation of Liguria.
It was a triumph for the partisans, and rare film recorded it. "12,000 German troops surrendered to partisans. At last, the American 5th Division rolled into Genoa, with not a shot fired or a single casualty. Davidson was there at the uncomfortable moment when General Almond met partisans.
And he said to me, tell these gentlemen that I have liberated their city and they are now free men. Now what would you do in that situation? And I didn't know what to say. I couldn't bring myself to say to these men who'd been through hell, who'd gone through the whole clandestine struggle in Genoa, who led the mountain brigades, who carried out the insurrection. I couldn't bear to tell them what he had just said to me. And I hesitated, and he looked at me as if to say, do you really know the language? And suddenly there was an immense noise in the street outside, clapping and cheering and shouting. And down the street was coming a column of German prisoners, 20 abreast, endless as it seemed, with partisan guards on either side. And they came down, and people on either side were applauding and cheering and weeping for joy, you know. A moving scene, after all. And the general turned to me and said, very well, I've understood. And I give him full marks for that. We went back into the room, everybody lined up, I stood up, he stood up, and he made a fine speech saying, I congratulate you on this splendid work which you have done, the contribution which you have made to the cause of Allied victory. So he came out of it very well.
The partisan uprising spread throughout the north. With help from SOE, and sometimes without, partisans liberated Turin and the great Italian cities, taking thousands of German prisoners. They held them often for days before Allied armies came. Through SOE, men who had fought on opposite sides had now joined together to drive out the Germans. 50,000 partisans died to free their country.
The acts of heroism that I saw in that period, for example, one kid was getting a grenade ready to throw, and as he got it, it dropped on the floor with the pin out. And without even thinking, he just dropped on that, on his belly. And of course he was blown to smithereens, but his other 5 or 6 pals were saved. These are sort of acts of heroism that so spontaneous, almost you might say Italian, because wherever I've been fighting elsewhere, I've seen horrid scenes, but there's been no kind of personal sacrifice to that extent shown.
Everyone was on our side. We had reports from the superintendent of the railway station once a week. A little girl about 14 years old used to come up to our office, as we called it, with a list of every train that left Italy up that line, what it carried, how many carriages there were, and where it was going. And we used to radio this back. Now, imagine the superintendent of the railway in that position being discovered with a girl who every week walked through a dozen roadblocks to do this sort of thing. I don't know what you can say about people like this, really.
At the end of the war, partisans had won a greater victory. They had earned the right to build a new and democratic Italy. Italians had suffered the yoke of fascism longer than any other country in Europe. The partisans had won back their freedom.
And the warfare of 1941 is the starting point here on BBC One, although we're in the Far East, as we reveal more of the undercover movement SOE in Arms and a Dragon.
In 1940, SOE had set up an organization which would spread its secret networks into the heart of occupied Europe. But on the other side of the world, in the Far East, the peace was also threatened. Japan was poised to invade the rich European colonies of Southeast Asia. Already stretched to the limit in Europe, SOE was to face a new challenge and to take up arms with strange comrades. In 1940, the Japanese were already at war with China. It was just one stage in their plan for a Japanese empire spreading thousands of miles into Asia and the Pacific. When France fell, they pushed into French Indochina, adding to their gains. It would be a useful launching pad in the military gamble which was to follow. Vichy French leaders weakly agreed to peaceful occupation and use of their airfields. By March 1941, the Japanese were just a few hundred miles from Malaya and the naval base of Singapore, poised for their first step into British territory. Japan had long set her own sights on Europe's colonial treasures. Malaya was an especially glittering prize, supplying half the world's rubber and tin, resources which had become vital in wartime. Malaya's exports passed through Singapore, Britain's principal naval base in the Far East, crucial to the security of Southeast Asia. In a city already teeming with secret agents, SOE set up the Oriental Mission, its first outpost in the Far East. Headquarters were in the Cathay Building, Singapore's first skyscraper. A training school was set up at a remote spot on the coast in a millionaire's house. Tin miners, planters and civil servants came to learn SOE skills. SOE also planned to recruit local people from the mixed community, Chinese, Indian and Malay. If the country fell, they would harass the Japs, working in secret behind the lines. But the proposal was turned down flat by the authorities. The governor declared it was bad for the Oriental mind to suggest the Japanese might win. Military chiefs condemned the plan, but even SOE thought the action would be elsewhere.
In fact, the top priority really was to try and get something moving into China. So we were very busy trying to get a route up the Burma Road into China and people there. And then Hong Kong seemed very urgent to us. So we helped with organizing a stay-behind party to stay in the new territories in case of an attack on Hong Kong, which everybody expected.
SOE slipped agents into Hong Kong, Thailand and Indochina. While in Singapore, the British built up defenses. A comfortable feeling of security prevailed. But military chiefs underestimated the skill and cunning of the Japanese. Troops and equipment were poured in, but they were not enough. The British Army in Malaya lacked tanks, artillery and wireless. Singapore was to be defended in the air by Buffalo fighters. They were hopelessly out of date. Churchill put his faith in the Navy. He sent 2 battleships, one his pride and joy, the Prince of Wales. It was too little, too late. In September 1941, the Japanese had made the decision to go to war against the Allies. They knew they must make a first strike to succeed. And soon after dawn, on December the 7th, the Japanese struck at the US Pacific Fleet in Pearl Harbor. American losses were huge. In less than 2 hours, the Japanese destroyed or damaged 18 ships, 347 planes, and killed or wounded 3,500 men. At the same time, Japanese troops invaded Thailand and Malaya. General Yamashita put in 3 divisions of his finest troops. They were more than a match for the new recruits who faced them, conscripts from Britain trained, like their generals, for war in the desert or the fields of Europe. The Japanese knew how to fight in the jungle. The British did not. And as British troops retreated, the Japanese came after them on bicycles. Unorthodox tactics and more than a match for the hidebound British military. It seemed there was no obstacle to the Japanese advance. Within 4 days, the Japanese had complete air supremacy. Churchill's mighty battleships had been sunk. Japanese troops were only 500 miles from Singapore with little to stop them. SOE was given the go-ahead rather late in the day. They turned for recruits to the Chinese community in Singapore. With a tradition of secret societies, they were well suited to clandestine work, and SOE knew they were anti-Jap. They already had an anti-Japanese organization collecting funds for the defense of China. Now that war had come to Malaya, thousands of Chinese had already joined a local militia, eager to avenge Jap atrocities in China. SOE chose recruits already skilled in underground warfare in the Malayan Communist Party. Until June 1941, on Moscow's orders, these men had waged war against the British, fomenting strikes and trying to undermine the British war effort. But when Hitler invaded Russia, communists throughout the world had been ordered to back the Allies. A deal was done. Communist prisoners were released from jail to join SOE. The first group was picked up from a street corner in Chinatown and taken to Jim Gavin's training school. They were apt pupils.
When these communists arrived, they were all frightfully young, sort of teenagers, with no ties at all, ready to do anything, quite intelligent, very fit. So they were, and very disciplined. They did exactly as their cell leader told them. So they were easy to train.
SOE began to plant small groups of Chinese guerrillas in the Malayan jungle. As their positions were overrun, their job was to harass the Japanese and to report on enemy troop movements. There was no time to lose. The front line came closer every day. Meanwhile, SOE's Freddie Spencer Chapman was at work on another plan. His target, a bottleneck 50 miles wide between Kuala Kubu and Kuala Lipis. All the major roads and railways ran through it. So too must the Japanese. Boris Hembry, a planter, was one of his recruits, selected to go there and attack communications.
The test was very easy. It meant if you looked a big enough idiot to join such a funny outfit, then you were in. In about 2 days, we got all our stores through the great help of a man called Gavin, who raided several quartermaster stores, and we got what we wanted. Freddie Spencer Chapman saw us off, and his last words to me were that I shall be up and join you in 2 days' time. That was the last I saw of Freddie until end of May 1945.
With jaunty disregard for the approaching battle, they set off, Freddie driving his own rather flamboyant transport. Between them, the 8 groups had one wireless transmitter, the only one to be had in the entire Singapore mission. Embry's group took it and spent their first night in a police station.
We slept in the cells, I remember, because there were bunk beds there.
At about 4 o'clock in the morning, we were wakened by a man shouting out, "Who are you and what the hell are you doing?" So we got out. We saw a British officer in a jeep. And we said, "What's the trouble?" He said, "Well, what are you doing here?" So we told him. He said, "Well, do you realize the Japanese are a mile away, the line has been broken, and that the only thing you have between you and the Japanese is an anti-tank gun?"
Hembry abandoned the comfort of the police station and took cover in the jungle. Meanwhile, Spencer Chapman had gone to join his own party 15 miles away at Sungi Sempang. They had found an excellent site near a power station, ideal for a base camp. From the power station, a pipeline ran up into the jungle, and at the top, they made their camp. But not for long. Chinese bandits raided their stores, and then the Japanese arrived. Freddie decided to abandon the camp and walk the 15 miles across jungle-clad hills to join Hembry. Sapper John Sartin was in the party. For him, the walk became a nightmare.
Once we'd lost our footpath, it was absolute murder. It was just full of leeches and mosquitoes by the million, and they're at you all day and all night. But these leeches, they had teeth in, and they used to stick in your hand. Well, if you pull them off, they pull the skin off too, and left poison in your skin. But you had to force your way through, and the only thing we had was one parang between the three of us. And it meant taking turns chopping the stuff down so we could get through.
But Freddie's party never caught up with Hembry. As they struggled across the main range, the Japanese overran Hembry's position. British troops, routed at Slim River, had withdrawn. The road south, littered with the debris of a retreating army, had been cut. Hembry's supply dump had been raided by bandits. Wireless and money had gone. They had no option but to call the whole thing off.
Not only had we no Freddie Chapman, no leader, no plans, no maps, but now we had no guns, no arms, no food, no clothes, nothing. We got to get back and rejoin the British lines as quickly as possible. But the British army were in lorries, going back at the rate of 40, 50 miles a day. We were on our flat feet. At the most, we could expect to do 5. In the event, sometimes we didn't do 1. Then it started to rain. It rained, and it rained. We were sopping wet in minutes. The going was getting even worse, and we had found ourselves in a thorn jungle. Our skin was ripped to pieces, our clothes were ripped to pieces. There was no point in going back. We had to keep going.
Finally, they gave up the protection of jungle cover for the comfort of easier paths. They took to plantations and even main roads.
Not one person gave us away. It was absolutely remarkable. Now, I put that down to the fact that we could talk the language. We could joke, and we did joke. We told them this is a temporary setback. The British Army will be returning in about 3 weeks or less than a month. Little did I know it would be 3 3/4 years.
Hembry was lucky. He managed to escape by fishing boat to Sumatra, thence to Singapore. But what of Spencer Chapman? With his 2 companions, Freddie was trying to salvage what he could of his original plan. They set out to attack bridges, roads and railways, classic SOE targets. But the tropical heat gave them frightening problems.
If you left gelignite in the heat for any length of time, nitroglycerine would run out of it. And if it hit the floor, it would explode straight away. So we got hold of a piece of bamboo, very similar to this. If you notice, every so far down the length of bamboo, there's a joint. And right through that joint, it's like a solid bottom to it. And it's like a jug, actually. So what we used to do, was put our gelignite in there, drop the detonators in, and put the switches on, and stuff the top of it with grass turf or soil. And if you tie a piece of string around that and a piece around the bottom, you can put it on your back. The only snag with that is if you happen to stumble or have to jump a ditch, the vibration inside would set the gelignite off, and that would bring the end of you see. So we put our gelignite in the middle of the road and put branches around it to make it look as though it had fallen off the back of a lorry.
For 2 weeks, Chapman and his saboteurs roamed the Malayan countryside. Japanese convoys had to reckon with the ingenuity and daring of the SOE team. The 3 men showed what might have been achieved by SOE's original plan for stay-behind parties. In one mad fortnight of sabotage, they derailed 8 trains and blew up 15 bridges. They held down over 2,000 Japanese troops, killed or wounded at least 500, and destroyed over 40 motor vehicles. But short of explosives, their sabotage spree was at an end. Like the Japanese, they took to bicycles and headed for the coast.
We came down the Gap Road and we found 3 sandbag walls 6 foot high stretching across the road. There was a gap in the middle, and just as we were going through this gap in the wall, I heard a yell behind me. I turned around and there was a bayonet about half an inch from the back of my neck. And then they stood up on both sides of us. They must have been waiting for us, I think.
Sartin finished his war in a prison camp in Thailand. Only Freddie managed to escape into the jungle. Of 38 men who went in, all but 4 were caught or killed, or died in Japanese concentration camps. And then the unthinkable. Singapore fell to the Japanese. "100,000 Allied troops were trapped on the island, outfought, outflanked, and outgeneraled. They were publicly humiliated, forced to line the route as the Japanese rode in triumph through the streets of Singapore. In 10 weeks, the Japanese had all but achieved their ambition, an empire in the Western Pacific. Some SOE men managed to escape, among them Richard Broome and John Davis. They had installed the Chinese communists in the Malayan jungle to be the front line of resistance. A third was Ivan Lyon, who was later to pull off one of SOE's most daring coups in the Far East. Lyon had been given the job of running an escape route through Sumatra and islands off the Malayan coast. It had been used by hundreds of escaping civilians and Allied soldiers. Now it was used by the SOE men. "18 men packed into a tiny boat designed for coastal waters. Lyon was navigator. For 10 days they made slow progress along the coast until they ran into their first storm. John Davis recalls.
The Sardana Johannes, a Malay trading prau, had been built saucer-like in order to be able to operate in shallow waters. The result is that a tremendous roll set up. In fact, we really thought at one time that we were going to roll ourselves completely over. And then, horror of horrors, the water, which had been stacked in kerosene tins all round the mainmast, began to break loose. There was only one thing to be done. We all, except the steersman and perhaps one other, and there were 19 of us aboard, rushed down to the bottom and formed a tight scrum around these kerosene tins, and there we stayed in that position for, I think, well over an hour, until the swell had abated to some extent. And in doing so, we were able to save about 2/3 of our altogether pressure water.
The little boat ploughed on at the mercy of squalls and the Japanese fleet. Near Ceylon, they were attacked from the air by a Japanese plane. No one was hit, but there was more to come. Richard Broome.
Another aircraft came over, and we assumed it would be a British one. So instead of concealing ourselves, we all rushed on deck and waved and cheered, and then we suddenly saw the rising sun on the wings. And he circled us several times, but he didn't fire. And we came to the conclusion that he must have been off an aircraft carrier. And sure enough, this was the Japanese fleet which had raided Colombo and was on its way back. And we worked out that we almost sailed right through the middle of the fleet in the middle of the night.
The little boat carried them 1,500 miles to within sight of Ceylon. After 5 weeks at sea with food and water nearly gone, they were picked up by an Allied merchant ship and carried to safety. Broome and Davis went to a new base in India in an old fortress near Poona. Within its ancient walls, they made plans to return to Malaya. Meanwhile, SOE survivors agonized over reasons for their recent failure.
To go in with 2 days' grace was completely and utterly useless. And in retrospect, when I realized the number of parties that were put in, at least 4 or 5, I think, and every one failed only because the bureaucracy of Singapore and the higher-ups would not allow Freddie Chapman to organize these parties right from the beginning, even before the war started, because it would upset the morale of the native population to think that Singapore and Malaya are going to be overrun.
Wireless. We had no wireless. That would have made all the difference. Of course, I don't want to make too much about this wireless, because hardly anybody had any efficient wireless in those early days in 1941. But what a difference wireless would have made to us to keep touch with these people. Or even if we'd had air. But you see, we couldn't do any supply dropping. We couldn't move anybody about by air because the Japs had complete air supremacy.
The Indian Ocean now lay between SOE and Malaya. They had no aircraft to cross it and no wireless contact. The country was out of reach and deserted by its British masters. Yet SOE's job was to organize resistance to the Japanese inside Malaya. John Davis began work with Limbo Seng, a Singapore businessman. Already involved in resistance, he'd been forced to escape. In Chungking, the Chinese capital, he found willing recruits for SOE. They were soldiers and students born in Malaya, anxious to return and fight the Japanese. Limbo Seng brought them to SOE's camp in India to train with Davis and Broome. By summer 1943, SOE's Force 136 was ready for Malaya. Transport was provided by the Dutch Navy in a submarine. Thus, John Davis found himself 5 miles off the coast of Malaya in his SOE canoe.
The captain said, now get off, then I'll twist the submarine to point exactly the direction you ought to take, and then I'll fade away. And it was quite a dramatic moment when he had done that, and glancing behind us, we saw and heard the gentle throb of the submarine, fading, 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 until we were on our own. We were about 300 yards from the shore when suddenly the land breeze brought the perfumed, heavy air of Malaya back to us. That with the very gentle swish, swish of the surf. And I think we all sort of opened our chests and said, my God, this is just like being home again.
It was the first British landing on Malayan soil since the humiliation of Singapore. They buried their wireless and other gear and crept inland. With their white skins, Davis and Broome were conspicuous. They would have to stay under jungle cover. Meanwhile, Agent Ah Tsing had gone to nearby Pangor Island to buy himself a boat, the only means of communication with the outside world. Undercover as a fisherman, he had a second job, vital to the success of Davis's mission. To make contact with SOE's communist guerrillas, left in hiding by Broome and Davis before Singapore fell. Davis heard they collected funds from local fishermen. He gave orders to Ah Tsing, buy your way in.
这个
他们一接队人员又多一点钱，我刚好嘛，我就同他讲，我可以给你们多一点钱，可是你们要找陈平来看我。
Chen Ping was leader of the local communists and in touch with party chiefs, a vital contact for Davis. To gain Chen Ping's confidence and to prove his own identity, Ah Tsing took him to the beach where the party had landed and dug up supplies they had buried there.
这个无线电呐、机关枪心案呐、爆炸炸药啊，他原来你是联军的。 我说你就是联军来找你嘛。后来陈平就很相信我，他说现在还没有公开的时候，你还是带我回你那个队里面去。
Chen Ping brought news of the 7 communist groups left behind in the jungle by SOE. They'd expanded into a military organization calling itself the MPAJA, Malayan People's Anti-Japanese Army, with units throughout the country. Chen Ping's men began to work with Davis, smuggling the extraordinary news of this ready-made force to SOE. Once a month, a fishing boat set out for the open sea beyond Pankor. At 9 Mile Island, it rendezvoused with an Allied submarine. Agents and messages were exchanged in somewhat unconventional ways.
We used to write our reports as small as we possibly could and roll them up. And then it was a question of keeping them free of weather. And we had, I can't think why we had them, but I suppose this was thought of before. Anyway, they were put into a French letter. And then they were concealed in various ways. One was at the bottom of a full tin of Andrew's liver salts. And the other one, which I thought was the best of the lot, was in the brain pan of a big dried fish.
But rumors of the SOE mission had reached Japanese ears. Davis and Broome decided to abandon their camp near the sea and move further inland, closer to the communist guerrillas. Chen Ping and his men escorted them on the perilous journey across 60 miles of occupied territory to a new hideout deep in the jungle.
To our surprise, we found a complete camp, beautifully made, all ready for us. A guard, an MPAJA guard, all ready. This was fairly early in the war, so the food was good, and we settled in there really very happily.
Davis now put relations between SOE and the communists on a more official footing. He held a meeting at the camp with top party officials.
They were obviously suspicious, and they weren't prepared to give very much. So we thrashed out a bit of an arrangement. You see, the trouble was that we obviously weren't going to discuss what was going to happen after the war, and they were very interested in that. They didn't want the British back or anything like that. But whenever they raised this problem, our only resort was to say, well, we're just soldiers, we don't know anything about the war at all.
Nevertheless, Davis had gone into Malaya representing Mountbatten, Supreme Allied Commander, with authority and orders to make terms.
They wouldn't give us a direct command of the guerrillas, but they would take the orders of the Allied commanders over any fighting, and we, on the Allied side, would get them arms, money, and medicines. So we had, in effect, got a complete agreement with them for cooperation, with a strong feeling on all our part that this was something that we were all going to stick to.
Meanwhile, Lim Bo Seng's other Chinese agents were setting up their own network in the towns. They operated undercover as coffee shop waiters and businessmen, collecting intelligence. The key man worked from this shop in Ipoh, posing as a black market dealer in food and gold. It was dangerous work for which they had not been trained. The agents were getting uneasy. In March 1944 came the first clear signs of trouble.
我们出来借潜水艇的地方呢，就九岛屿那个地方呢，借潜水艇已经失败了，已经借不到了。也发现的敌人来跟这个我们借艇的人的 这潜水艇来跟我们这个碰头了。那么这些问题呢就越来越紧张了。
Agent R. Lim became jumpy. The Japanese had moved onto Pangor Island in force. He feared the network had been blown.
25号晚上，我就在李茂生住的地方跟他同一个晚上。那个晚上，我跟他要求他离开，要求到我流泪，我哭，他没有办法。他说零，最后的就是零，你听我的命令。
Next day, R. Lim was arrested in Ipoh at the Oriental Hotel, his warnings unheeded. Art Singh had already been caught and taken to this house in Ipoh for interrogation, but he managed to escape while pretending to take a bath.
我就在里面，穿着拿出来，叮叮咣咣，就打开水龙啊，就用洗澡的方法，好像洗澡一样了。然后，其实水管有开，人没有冲凉啊，我就从那个船门就这样慢慢出来，就从3楼跳到2楼，2楼就透到地上。
He managed to escape in a pedicab. Risking recapture, he went to report that the network had been destroyed.
Well, he told us that the thing had been discovered at the Pankor end, that somehow or other the Japs had got hold of this Taki who'd been running the fishing boats for us, and he had told them what he knew. We always knew he would have to if he was caught by the Japanese. There was nothing else he could do. We never blamed him about that. But from that, they got a line on all our agents outside, including Limbo Singh. And there we were. The whole of our organization had perished.
It was our fault in a sense that we had we'd had to make the fatal mistake of relying on one line of communications. And all this sort of thing, you should rely on 2 or 3 different lines, but we just hadn't got a different line. So that as soon as the Japs broke into the one, the rest followed, one after the other.
All links with the outside world had gone. Now began the worst time for Broome and Davis. Forced by the Japs to move further inland, their new camp was often damp and unhealthy. They were completely cut off from SOE, unable to keep the submarine rendezvous, their wireless still buried on the coast. For nearly a year they were trapped in their jungle camp, guests of the communists on whom they depended. Most of the time they were ill, laid low with malaria and dengue fever, trying to stave off the worst effects of malnutrition, living off what they could find in the jungle.
The great thing was to keep up our vitamin C, which we were able to do by getting tapioca plant tops, the light leaves, and also the leaves of sweet potato. I think because of that, we were able to avoid any bad attacks of beriberi. In addition, we usually managed to get up from, despite the troubles and difficulties, from the plains, a little very scrubby little dried fish, a wonderful fish paste called blachang in Malay, which is really crushed, and I should have thought almost bad, shrimps. But it is the most finest thing possible to eat with just plain rice.
至于这个老鼠啦、青蛙啦、蛇啦，这些是我们这湖上这个好的这个鱼吃了，不多，我们时常要很辛苦了才能够抓到这些东西。那么有一次啊，我们看到3只狗离开它们很远的时候，我们就把它算野狗这样杀掉来吃。那么煮来吃，大家都。尤其是梦游，他们吃了都说很好很好。他说不晓得是狗入来了。
There was very little chance of being attacked by the Japs, and if we had been, we always knew we could get away. So the battle was really against boredom. I made a chess set, and then I made Monopoly. The Chinese would do anything for a gamble, and they got hold of this, and they thought it was wonderful. And there we were in the depths of the Chinese jungle, in the depths of the Malayan jungle, with our Chinese solemnly buying Mayfair and putting up hotels on Piccadilly and that sort of thing. It really was a fairly outlandish event.
The great thing we all felt all the time, that we were surviving and we were free. I remember one time I went down to a ladang, that is to say an aboriginal clearing below us to collect some of these sweet potato leaves, and I lay out, and a Jap plane flew right across the sky high up, nothing to do with me, and I said to myself, by Jove, we're really the luckiest people in the world. We're free, we can go where we like, and think of all our friends, because it was 95% of our friends were all locked up in Singapore. So we were really very lucky.
At last came a breakthrough. The communists brought them their wireless equipment from its hiding place on the coast, suffering somewhat from burial.
The batteries, of course, were completely dead, non-existent, hopeless, had rotted away. They'd been in a swamp for about 9 months, I think. And the panel generator and the dynamo were just a thorough rusty mess.
The communists were helpful, but slow.
Time and again, they got batteries up to us, which were dud, and the dynamo came up, and that was dud, had to go back. And this meant a month or two at a time wasted.
Ingenuity won the day. They rigged up a bicycle generator to charge the batteries.
And you can imagine there were about 6 of us, usually rather ill and weak people, trying to keep this bicycle going flat out all day. And yet the day came when we managed to get sufficient to make a transmission. Lee Chun, the operator, was an extraordinarily patient fellow and plugged away and plugged away. And on the 5th attempt, he got through. And we were in communication with the outside world.
In Colombo, SOE celebrated with a dinner party. They'd long since given them up for dead. But to be sure that Broome and Davis were not in enemy hands, they tested them out with a riddle about 2 strange characters called Titus and Tamsin.
Now, Titus was John Davis's nickname, because he had a very big bottom, in fact, was the reason for it. And Tamsin was my wife's name, which is a sort of fairly unfamiliar type of name. So we had the task of replying to this in a way which would really convince them. So John just replied, Titus is here, and says Mrs. Dickinson, which was the person who invented that name for him, apparently. And I said, leave my wife out of this. Well, that was a good start. But then we thought, well, we mustn't do something a bit more convincing than this. And we finished off by saying, are you satisfied now, you bastards? If not, come and peddle the bloody machine yourselves. Well, that really was a masterpiece, because no Jap could have invented that. And so they had another dinner party in Colombo, and all was going well after that.
Broome and Davis were back in business after nearly a year. Elsewhere in the Far East, SOE had already been active. A former comrade had sailed right into the jaws of the enemy in a little fishing boat. He had already proved his nautical prowess on the voyage from Sumatra to Ceylon. It was Ivan Lyon. Lyon had resolved to hit back at the Japanese, who'd captured his wife and baby son. From a base in Australia, he devised an audacious plan. To sail 2,000 miles across enemy waters to the islands of the Singapore archipelago. From there, to mount an attack on Japanese shipping in Singapore harbour. The military scoffed, but Lyon persisted. He raised a crew of 14 men, Australian and British, soldiers, sailors, and men from the outback. The voyage was to be made in an old Japanese fishing boat, the Crate. She had already seen active service, ferrying refugees before Singapore fell. On September the 1st, 1943, she sailed from Australia on Operation Jaywick. On the 16th, they were within 20 miles of Singapore harbour, the first Allied vessel to enter those waters since the surrender. Lyon and a chosen team of 5 officers set off in 3 canoes. For several days, they hid among islands south of the harbour, secretly observing Japanese shipping. On the night of September the 26th, they made their silent attack. Techniques learned in the lochs of Scotland were put to good use in the warmer waters of Singapore. They went through the drill. As one man steadied the canoe, the other set the fuse, slipped a mine down on its placing stick, and snapped the magnet against the hull. They set the fuses to give themselves 3 hours to get away. From the safety of nearby Dongus Island, Lyon observed with some satisfaction the results of their night's work. They had sunk nearly 50,000 tons of Japanese shipping. Back in Melbourne, congratulations flowed in. The Japs had been given a bloody nose on their own doorstep, but Lyon was already planning a second, more daring raid. He turned to SOE in London for backing and for less primitive means of launching the attack. Baker Street did not fail him. SOE's Walter Chapman was conducting trials of a new prototype, the Sleeping Beauty submersible canoe. It was just what Lyon needed. After a test run in Staines Reservoir, he ordered 15. More battles with authority, and Lyon got the go-ahead. He returned to Australia to raise a new crew. 6 of them veterans of Operation Jaywick. This time they travelled in comfort in a Royal Navy submarine with their precious Sleeping Beauties. On September the 23rd, 1944, they surfaced in the archipelago, a year since Jaywick. Lyon spotted an old junk, the Mustika, just what he needed to sail close to Singapore. Without much persuasion, the Malay crew handed it over. With the Sleeping Beauties stowed on board, the scene was set for Operation Remount. The crew of Porpoise gave 3 rousing cheers. But it was the last anyone was to see of Lyon and his crew. After an encounter with a Japanese patrol boat, Mustika was scuttled. Lyon and his men took cover on the islands, but were relentlessly pursued, and Lyon killed. Those captured were beheaded in a Japanese prison. But elsewhere in the Pacific, the Americans had begun to hit back in the biggest naval battle of all time. It was autumn 1944, and throughout the Far East, the Allies were on the offensive. In Burma, the tables had also been turned. The Japanese had suffered their first major defeat on the Indian border. In some of the worst fighting conditions of the war, they were being driven back. Despite the horrors of the monsoon, Allied armies pushed on relentlessly. By the end of 1944, they were set to liberate the whole of South Burma. The Allies had learned the lessons of jungle warfare. They were poised to invade Malaya. In Colombo, SOE was preparing to send in more men to back the invasion. A second mission had already gone in to the communists by submarine from Australia, but new possibilities were opening up. SOE could now reach Malaya by air. Based at Trincomalee in Ceylon was a fleet of Catalina seaplanes. Stripped down to bare essentials and with extra fuel tanks, the Catalina could just fly the long journey to Malaya and back. It would take 30 hours to do the round trip. For its first airborne mission, SOE chose a group of Malay officers. Assured of Chinese support, it was anxious to secure backing from the Malays. But the noisy Catalina was not best suited to clandestine operations. The first moonlit attempt was aborted when the pilot spotted enemy shipping. They tried again 3 days later, having well and truly alerted the Japanese.
When we came out second time, they were more or less ready, waiting for us. I felt so disappointed at not doing anything. Therefore, I decided that I will try to fool the Japs by pretending to be working with them.
Locked up in this house, Ibrahim worked out a risky plan to turn the tables on his captors. He agreed to work for them as a double agent. They brought him his wireless set. Watched closely by his guards, he tapped out his first message to SOE, secretly adding a code which told them he was in Japanese hands. Deception branch took over and began a game with the Japanese. The Japanese captain fed Ibrahim false information to mislead the British. But they too were cooking up misinformation. They told Ibrahim of plans for an Allied landing on northern beaches. He passed this on to the Japs, who moved up troops in readiness. The invasion was indeed planned, not for the north, but the south. It was a complex game of double bluff. While Ibrahim played it, SOE wondered, would other Malays risk their lives, like him, in the resistance? SOE had begun to supply John Davis's guerrillas, but they did not want the Chinese communists to be the only conquering heroes. The question was, had Malays accepted the Japs?
Of course, with the arrival of the Japanese, there came also the huge Japanese propaganda machine that provided the kind of story that all would be nice and golden and things would be cheap. As things went by and supplies were cut off and there was not enough local food supplies, then of course food became very scarce and clothing became very scarce. And people began to question, began to wonder, what on earth is all this after all the big promises?
Japanese rule had brought hunger, torture, and death to all Malaya. It was not only the Chinese who longed for an end to the Japanese empire. SOE cast its net in the northwest, near the frontier town of Grik. Colonel Peter Dobry led the first mission to the Malays. Response was overwhelming.
Saya mula-mula dengar perkabaran tu daripada abang saudara saya, itulah Mat bin Matpiah. Iaitu dia bekerja sebagai ketua kampung di Basia Lama. Beliau memberitahu kita sekarang sudah senang sikit. Pasal apa, kita tentera British sudah pun turun percut di Padang Cermin.
Apabila saya masuk di camp tu, saya kagumlah tengok dalam camp tu barang-barang macam mimpi lah. Segala mesin jahit, segala pistol, segala senapang, segala macam-macam barang-barang makan. Kemudian saya nak tengok ke atas siling ni, dia punya peracuk tu beratus-ratus ada.
Feeding all the recruits became a problem. Dobry sought help from a local man.
Dia kata paksa nak guna kau kan nak pakai budak-budak gerila ni banyak. Sampai sepuluh-puluh, sampai beribu budak gerila ni. Dia kata bahagian daripada Colombo tak cukup.
He bought food secretly at night and used his father's elephants to carry it to the camp.
Maklumlah masa-masa Jepun tu bahaya. Bahaya besar lah. Taklah darah sebut orang kata, potong bunuh, potong kepala tak tu.
The Malays spread rumors that there were thousands of British soldiers in the jungle. The Japs became jumpy. They knew that scores of Malays had gone into the jungle to join the British, so many that some of the villages were deserted. The Japanese threatened to make an example of one small kampong by taking away its rice. Without it, the villagers would starve. But Peter Dobry and his guerrillas came to the rescue and hid the rice. As they rested from their labors, weariness overtook caution. They were rudely awakened by the Japanese. Ismail bin Limbut was there.
Pukul 5 pagi lebih kurang, saya jaga gak situ, tunggu situ, pokok kayu tu. Kan semua sudah masuk ikut sungai ni mari. Kan saya beritahu lah kan, kabar ambil kabar semua, kan beritahu pengeluaran ni dia tembok. Tembok itu kan belakang tuan beri sana, dia lawan ikut sungai pergi bawah. Kan dia lawan sana dia kena peluru sini. Kan saya pun ingin ambil kabar lagi sini lah.
Dobry was forced to withdraw, but meanwhile 3 other missions had gone into the Malays, one led by Major Douglas Richardson. Guided by relays of Aboriginals, he was on his way south down the Perak River to towns and villages in the heart of Malaya. At this safe house on the edge of the jungle, he met a man who would be key to the building up of a Malay army. As assistant district officer in nearby Raub, Yop Mayadin had close contacts with the Japanese and was trusted by them. He could travel freely and meet people without suspicion. Thus, he had already raised his own force of 60 volunteers to fight the Japs. These men would now have new jobs with the Japanese as spies for Richardson.
We managed to insert people to work in with the Japanese garrison as cleaners, drain cleaners, and telephone operators, and all odd jobs.
Yop raised an army of Malay recruits and Richardson trained them. They too were ready to back the British, as SOE had hoped. August 1945, preparations mounted for Operation Zipper, Malaya's D-Day. Over 5,000 Chinese communists waited in the jungle to be armed. The agreement drawn up through John Davis was now honored. Weapons, ammunition and explosives were flown in, and over 500 SOE men. A secret army waited in the Malayan jungle. Even the Aboriginals had been recruited. SOE had come to depend on them. They acted as guides and kept watch on the Japs. They cleared sites in the jungle to receive supply drops. They ferried arms and ammunition. Hundreds of tons of stores were hidden in the jungle and kampong houses as Malaya awaited the call to arms. Then, unexpectedly, the war was over. Within days of the atom bombs on Hiroshima and Nagasaki, Japanese leaders in Tokyo surrendered. In the uncertain dawn which followed, Peter Dobry's men crept out of the jungle. Unsure if news of peace had reached the Japs in Malaya, they crossed the Perak River. In the tense days before the British Army reached Malaya, SOE men took on a new role as guardians of an uneasy peace. Communist guerrillas came down into the towns and began to take the law into their own hands. Japanese troops turned policemen. John Davis found himself between opposing ranks of Japanese and Chinese communists.
In the early morning, there was a sound of rifle fire. So John looked out, and sure enough, these two lots were shooting at each other. And John had a Union Jack by that time, which he stuck on the end of a stick and walked out into the street waving it and stopped the battle. It was really straight out of Kipling almost.
At last, the surrender became official. Throughout Malaya, SOE officers attended the ritual handover of swords. Now it was the Japanese turn to be humiliated. But as the celebrations began, The Japanese threat began to give way to a new one. Jungle and town were now filled with thousands of well-trained and armed guerrillas sporting the three-star badge of the communists.
We had to reckon with those groups of people who were armed by the Allies, but in fact whose loyalty was to Moscow and to China. There was the group of people called the Malayan People's Anti-Japanese Army. And they came out in places where they could control the villages and the townships. And they held their own kangaroo courts and so on. And it became one of our responsibilities, our group of people, to protect the public, so to speak.
There was no doubt that the MPAJA was subject to a new command. With the war over, they were officially disbanded, paid off, and in theory, disarmed. But they were preparing now for revolutionary war against their colonial masters, the British. Within 3 years, former comrades had turned enemy. Tactics learned from SOE were used as communists fought to seize power in Malaya. SOE had armed communist guerrillas throughout Europe and the Far East. In Malaya, the British themselves had to face the consequences. To win a war which had threatened the freedom of the world, a Pandora's box had been opened. After 8 years of bitter fighting, John Davis met his wartime comrade Chen Ping, now leader of the communist guerrillas. It was a vain attempt to reach agreement. Did Davis and Broome now regret SOE's wartime decision to back the communists?
I can honestly say I don't think either John or I ever had the slightest doubts about their helping us during the war. If there had been real fighting and we'd had to fight our way back into Malaya, I'm quite convinced that there would have been a great deal of help from these chaps because they had camps situated above the lines of communication right down the peninsula, and they could have played hell with the Japs, and there would have been no hanging back. They would certainly have done that.
After the war, SOE was disbanded. It had shown the world the power of guerrilla warfare and brought modern refinements to an ancient art. Since then, guerrilla movements have flourished, backed by governments who fear to fight openly. For better or worse, SOE had shown the way. The world lives with the consequences.